Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, I have not been as productive as I would have liked to have been, especially yesterday. I went out, got my pickups that I needed to do, and then just kinda didn't do anything until the evening, then hung out with some friends. Basically it. So, not exactly the picture of getting a lot of work done, but you know how it is. Alright, what is going on here? Is that one thing I can turn off? Turn that off. That's just on grab. That's fine. Right. Why is my computer slowing down now? OBS is drawing more than it should be. Interesting. I'm just gonna double check those settings then. Oh, that's still my main settings. Try doing that. Seeing if that impacts anything too much. The rest of this looks fine. Oh, no, not that button. Ooh. That was sudden. Ooh. Okay. I kinda had plans for today, but I don't remember them. Fuck. I had kind of like soft organized what I was going to do today and have not written it down. So give me a moment to like kinda think through the stuff that I want to get done, and we'll go from there. Where is that one? I'm gonna look through all my pens to find the one for my fucking tablet. Good lord. Okay, so current list of objectives is still getting the sprite updates done, boss updates, Tooltips, EX stuff. Might do some of that today. Okay, so let's pull up paint and think about what we do today. I really should be better at like having. I should honestly have fucking paint as one of the things on my stream deck at this point. I don't see a reason why I don't. I will sort that out. Maybe in a minute or two. It means I don't have to open up the menus all the time. So... I have my goals for the week, which is, finish... Second, Doki... Splash. So it's finish second Doki Splash... one more boss. And, Boyd's, sorry, Boyd's. Not that it, not that it's going to be fully implemented, but that it will be working along. Boyd's is the change that I'm making to the pathing systems and the AI in general. It should mean that they just move better and have just less impact on the game in terms of processing, which is a big deal. So those were my 3 tasks for this week, for the remainder of the week. These are what need to be done. We can probably work on this a little bit and this today. Like this, because I'm already pretty confident this one's gonna be the Magigirl. One that I'm gonna work on. I'm just gonna close some stuff in the background. Because this is becoming mildly painful. Is that working? These are the things I was looking at. That's gonna get closed for now. Oh, shut up, computer. Hey, how am I doing? I'm doing alright. How about yourself? Let's see. Is that what? Ooh. You're gonna catch up, computer. I've closed stuff, so you should be moving faster now. Ooh. Doing great. Cat passed away some hours ago. My heart goes out to you, man. My heart goes out to you. I been there. It is not a great time. Not a great time at all. I've bawled my eyes out for that enough myself, so they are darling little annoyances. It's always the best and the worst part of it. Alright. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just... Oh. Yeah. Especially when they sit on your lap all the time and then annoy the shit out of you and you're like, why are you there? And then not doing that anymore. And you're just like, huh. I still look out the corner of my eyes, looking for them. People always go, like, I have people that go, it's like, oh, they're only pets and all that. It's like, no, they're family. They matter. It's the loss of something very important. She was absolutely my baby, yeah. I'm already here. Yeah, it's... I will not say that they will ever truly go away. You learn to kind of live with it. Just... It sucks, but remember the best, and, remember that. Yeah. Because it's okay to feel sad. But that's the thing. It's a human emotion, and you should not think you are better than it, or deprive yourself from feeling something. Especially this soon on it. Oof. Yeah. I was a mess when, specifically when my first one passed away, and then like a couple months later, the second one passed away, and it's because that was last year, and the second time I definitely was able to process it better, but it was also a very different situation. So. Never fun. Never fun. Dude, it's so close would be devastating. It doesn't help that they were like the last things I really... For the longest point of my life, they were the only things I cared about, and that includes not caring about myself. The only reason I kept myself alive was to keep those two going. And they had been there for some of the worst parts of my life that helped me through it, and even in 2023 when all of the shit went down with my ex and other stuff around that, and I ended up in hospital. The only reason I ended up in hospital or not in a box was because of them. And I will always love them dearly for being the reason I could keep going as long as I could. But yeah, it messed me up. I'm still messed up from it. So I stand by. It's just It never truly gets easier. It never truly gets harder. Well, it does get harder in some ways, but you gotta keep moving forward. And it's fully okay to keep loving them. She even noticed when I wasn't doing good. They're very good at that. They're very good at being there and just you're having a bad day and they jump on your lap or paw at the side of your chair and go, hey, you want a snug? On the good side, got a job, start tomorrow. That is good to hear. That is very, very good to hear. Hey, gotta look at those positives. The moment you look only at the negatives, you get into a spiral. Which kind of sucks, but it's good. I gotta say, going into work right after something like that is rough, and I'm not envious of that situation. I mean, outside of my Miku trip, which ended up having one of my cats pass away afterwards, I haven't actually really had breaks with streaming either. I did take, I think, a day or two off around the time of my first cat because I was putting her down. So I knew everything was going on there. But like, there is a very specific video, one of the streams that I will never watch the last like 20 minutes of it because it is just me breaking down because it's the day I take her to the vet. I'm gonna try and have the mindset of work to distract myself because right now, if I don't do something engaging, I start crying. It's okay to cry, man. It's okay to cry. Like, I understand that that doesn't sound good, but one of the best things I did when I dealt with the first cat was I walked home from the vet afterwards, which is about a 40-50 minute walk. And I just cried the entire time on the way back home. I was in a hell of a state. I just kept crying, I kept crying, I kept crying. By the time I got home, I'd kind of cried out for the day. I was able to chat with some friends and make some kind of fun times with that. Treated myself a little bit and just... Yeah, but I still locked myself away for like 2 months almost. And didn't really talk to anyone, which was, I still think was kind of the correct decision for me, because I don't think I was able to really handle dealing with other people, but also isolating myself affected other people, which was in a negative way, and has made some connections I have a bit rough. But at the end of the day, there were many nights I would just cry to sleep, or walk on the beach and cry, just go for a walk and cry, and it's okay. It is okay to feel that kind of emotion. In fact, it's actually worse to not feel those things. Don't get me wrong, work and distracting yourself, perfectly fine, but do try and set some time aside to remember the good times and feel through that pain, right? But I need not to feel bad all the time too? Yes. No, I agree with that. Just my sentiment is that you learn to process things the more you interact with things. So while I'm not saying you should go out and find things to make you sad, when you are sad, you need to, like, I've found, that's why this, when my second cat passed away, I think I took it a lot better because I was a bit more emotionally, secure. Because I had learned how to process grief for the first time in, like, years. In fact, I arguably have never learned how to process grief. There's a reason why I'm on PTSD medication. But yeah, it's not easy. It's never easy, right? And things are never easy, nor will they ever be easy. It's just... And hey, I still miss my two dearly, and I'm sure in a year or how many ever years you'll probably have that same sentiment. Never truly forget them. Cats are amazing for that. Dogs are amazing for that as well. I'm not going to say cats or dogs are better for that or worse than the other. They have their... Each have their own different thing, right? I can't process lots either, and you know what, I'm pretty sure it's because of Final Fantasy VII. Damn, you make me excited for Final Fantasy VII. I love all animals, to be honest. I mean, same, to an extent. Like, I never had a dog myself, but I've had neighbors that had dogs and all that sort of stuff, and I had a flatmate one time that had a dog. The problem with that flatmate was that the dog was a puppy. He'd just gotten it and it wasn't prepared, and nor was that owner prepared for, like, keeping it away from the cats. So the cats did not enjoy that experience. But I didn't dislike the dog. Same with the dog that the head tenant got at the last place, right? Where, like, they got it without informing anyone. I didn't hate the dog, I hated the person that got the dog without informing anyone else at the residency beforehand, and didn't take anyone else's feelings in the matter into consideration. They were just like, oh, well, they'll just deal with it. Right? Which is an absolute asshole maneuver. And what's worse is that they had the gall to cry and guilt trip everyone else after they had been told off for that. Which just pissed me off further. Because it's just like, nobody cares about me, everyone's so mean to me, And the other fucking people, including my ex, were like, no, it's okay, we'll help you with the dog, it's fine. It's like, no. You need to learn the consequences of your own action. I'm not saying take the dog back, but you now need to realize what you have done. And the fact is, that is something you are not doing. So yeah. Family had dogs, but none were mine. That's common, right? It's like, I had cats when I was younger, but none of them were actually my cats. Oh, well, I had one cat that I grew up with before this one, but it was when I was 9 to 21, so I didn't take care as much, because I was young when I got it. Yeah, no, that's fair. I made a point to take care of the next one better. That's actually really good to, like, kind of hear that you took that on yourself, right? I mean, that's, in a sense, I want to get another animal, be it a cat or a dog, but I will not do that until I am significantly more secure with myself. Both physically, emotionally, and financially. Right? And I did. Now that she died, I don't want to have another cat until I can take care of it better than this one. Yeah. No, I commend that thought process. Because I want to say, like, that's very much a growth mindset of, it's not that, oh, this bad thing has happened, I'm going to lock myself away from this thing so I never feel this again. It's, no, okay, I need to do better next time. I want to improve myself, however that is, to do better for the next time. That is really good. As long as it doesn't get toxic, that is a really good mindset to have, and I give you full props for that. Massive commendation to that. It's a mentality that surprisingly is actually abnormal in my experience, which confuses me, because how can you not think kind of like that? It's like, well, we gotta think to improve, man. Think to improve. Hey, you muffin, how's it going? In this case, it's having a job and moving out because my family is an issue to take care of the cat better than what I did. Yeah, no, 100%. I think that's great goals that you've got going there. Because the benefit is not only will that be the case to improve the environment for the animal, but it's also going to improve the environment for you as well, right? So it's self-improvement motivated by external improvement as well, which is never truly a bad thing. In my eyes, at least. Can't wait to finish the second doobie splash. Whatever that says. Doki. It's the Doki bird splash. Thanks for the talk. No, I'm all good. Like I said, I kind of went through some of that sort of stuff last year, so I very much empathize with the situation, and I know it can be very hard. Now that I got a job, how much is Hey. I mean, the funnier part is I literally... Because what, originally we put on was 100,000 New Zealand dollars for a meme. I've now pulled it back to a much more realistic number. How much is that in USD now, actually? It should only be like 3 and a bit. 3-4 grand now, right? It's way too much. Yeah, I know, that's the point. It's supposed to be a slightly obscene amount because technically speaking, it is hiding the fact that most of that would be for PC. And the PC is only like 3 grand New Zealand total, I think. NZD. So I'm actually curious what that's sitting at the moment. 7,500 is 42,000. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Just give him 5 Bluey bucks. The fuck is Bluey? Oh, that's that fucking cartoon series, right? That animated series. One of my friends enjoys it, but that's also because he like has a kid that he has to deal with as well. Yeah, so 4,200 USD for the total, roughly. No, the reason why I gave it so much of an overhead is because while I want it for the PC, I do want to get Magic the Gathering. I do still want to get Magic the Gathering cards one day. And pay off a couple of things. I mean, hey, you want, oh shit, hit my fucking phone. You want the real depressing one? Am I gonna be able to find it easily? There it is. See this amount? So this is in New Zealand. This is the amount of money that I'm technically in debt by. Thanks, student loan, you're great. Once I get, like, stuff sorted again, I need to start paying that off. One of these days. One of these days. That sucks. Yeah, 60,000 New Zealand dollars. It's not a small amount. Universities are free. Yeah. You know what's... So the annoying part of this is that now, because of the way we have everything, how I got everything, I could actually, like, I'm not tied down to being anywhere in New Zealand if I needed to be. I would actually be able to move overseas if I wanted to, and it would be perfectly fine. You wanna know what the problem is? While in New Zealand, this does not gain interest. If you leave New Zealand for 6 months or greater, and like live in another country for 6 months or greater, this starts getting interest, and the interest incurred is so fucking high. So unless I can pay this off within like, or pay substantial amount of it off within the first 6 months of me being gone, this rockets up. It's a trap, yeah. So while I'd love to, like, consider moving somewhere, I can only do that after I've probably paid that off. Realistically. Damn, that sucks. It kinda does. It's very, very annoying and very limiting in some regards, but at that same time, the rationale is that, though you are getting, the government is paying for your education, so they want to benefit from it. So they want you to stay internal to the country. So not only are you going to get paid back, they're going to get paid back equally, though without interest. So it actually is arguably they take no matter what a deficit. The overall value of the degree gets reintroduced also into the country. The problem is the economy here is so bad, nobody wants to actually work here. So it's often, if you have a decent-ish kind of job, say doctor, teacher, anything like that, you just move over to Australia and it justifies the cost. Which says a lot that moving over there, taking the interest rate going up, is still worth it more than working here for the same job. Like, that's how much better the pay is over there. Just release a hit game and you're free. Exactly. I just need to release fucking Undertale or some shit. Undertale 2, and I'll be fine. By the way, not even kidding, if I ever actually released a game and got to a stage where it was making me a substantial amount of money, that would actually be one of the first things that gets paid off. It's like I would set aside enough money to reasonably survive for a fair few, like a year or so, and then that shit gets paid. Which is why I want to work on a game that actually gets me some money at some point. The card game, one day we'll work on it and actually get it going. But the card game is constantly in this state of flux with its design, as well as I would prefer to focus on just one game for the most part, because the moment I split my focus, it's going to take too long. Since we're talking about card games, oh no, we're going to start on Magic already. We are not even 40 minutes into the stream. God damn it. The best online game I played was Pokemon. Yeah, I've heard a lot of positivity around that one. Ironically enough, it was released early here. I believe it was Oceania, New Zealand, Australia got the release early, and I still not played it. I've heard a lot of positivity around it. We could actually, not the modern one. Oh. I wouldn't know the old one. you want help, let me know. I'd definitely keep that in mind, because at this stage, but the problem is, with that game, at this stage, I'm probably going to make it in Godot, so it's going to be a learning experience quite heavily. And realistically, once, like, the core stuff is done, the game should be relatively easy to make. It will be assets is the problem, right? There's a reason why I nagged one of my other mates that is working in Godot quite a bit at the moment, to potentially help me out with it. Nya, he turns up from time to time. Nya Stone. Let me tell you about it. Yeah, let's hear it. It had chat in game. I don't think I ever had bad conversations with anyone, mostly silence or people asking for tips or giving tips. They took that out because the game was for kids. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, it's that problem of, like, that the 1% of players, or not even that can ruin that kind of tool. There's a reason why I've talked about this myself. There's two reasons. Actually, let's talk about it quickly. Now that you've got me on the topic. In-game chat. Maybe I should write this a little bit more clear. Yeah, in-game chat. Why would I not be adding in-game chat to my game? There are two key reasons. One is the implementation process. Is awful. There's a lot of little annoying things to it, and overall, it just, the amount of time required to implement a chat in-game, say just even for like a lobby chat, takes quite a while for a game that arguably doesn't really require that much communication, potentially. However, this one's, like, arguably, if it wasn't for the second reason, I could get over this one. But the second reason is, monitoring. Right. When I write in Paint, I use it's like a plume. Oh, you mean this one? Or this one? Oh god. Second one. Oh, you mean the pen, like that? I mean, yeah, I could use this one. Out rules. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I don't know if it, necessarily with the way I do my handwriting, while it will look great, it'll probably be even less legible. Maybe. To be fair, I need to sort my handwriting out a little bit to make it, like, easier and more consistent. Alright, I did enjoy chat, it was helpful for learning things. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So it becomes a thing of, I argue, in especially larger scale games like Warframe is a great example. Warframe hugely benefits from the usage of its chats. In fact, especially at the moment with the massive increase to players, because Destiny 2 is dead, the like recruitment and like basically the chat people go for to ask like, hey, can someone help me? That chat is really useful, and it has gotten a lot of usage now. And the beauty is as well, and I stand by this, in Warframe, if that chat opens up for me and I do see someone that's just asking for some like general advice or assistance, I'm more than willing to help, and that is the overall general opinion. The community for Warframe, while has always been quite speedrunny focused and like all about optimization and making the game faster and faster, they're always still really cool people at the end of the day. And they will try and willingly help out. So there is an argument to be made that maybe I should reconsider this. I am going to probably take the stickers approach, realistically, or the emotes approach. Because I know, like, Legends of Runeterra and you could argue Hearthstone kind of has it. And I'll tell you about the other feature that was awesome. Sweet as, yeah. But yeah, like Legends of Runeterra has the multi kind of like things. I know also Hearthstone technically has its little dialogues, but it also has in Hearthstone Battlegrounds, it does actually have straight up stickers that you can send. And League sort of has it, but it also has the chat. I mean, the simple question is, when we get to the online update of the game, the question becomes, how to do communication. I doubled up a letter or so in there, I think. How to do communication and how to handle lobbies. Those are the like two big things that are going to come up for discussion. I'm not gonna lie, I am actually enjoying this pen, this brush. Also makes it a little, I would argue it actually makes it more legible, because it makes it larger print. See, yeah, it is a nice one because it actually, I feel like this one is designed with usage of words in mind, because of the way, if you look at it while it's in process, all that, and then it comes out, and it comes out quite cleanly. Especially for the way I write, it probably works quite well. But yeah, so those are the two things that are going to come up quite a bit when we get to the stage of adding multiplayer, right? Is how do we do communication, and how do we do lobbies? At this stage, communication will just be emotes. We do calculus things, sharing screen, we felt it more readable. Yeah, I see where you're going with that, yeah, I agree. But yeah, so emotes and stickers are probably going to be the main method I use. I don't know if I'm going to do a chat box. Because in a sense, like, the multiplayer of the game is almost designed with, co-op with people that you can communicate with already, less than like global co-op. Right? But maybe that's like an intention I should move away from, and we'll like maybe see that become the case as we move on with how things go. But like the lobbies one, I kind of know how I'm gonna do this one. Head trade. Oh, look, I stand by. I think more games need to have like trading functionality. I do think that there's a lot of room for that. Some sort of auction house. Yes. Auction houses are dangerous because there does have to be an effort made by the developers to maintain certain integrity. But I do feel that like a community-driven internal auction house is something that there should be better stuff for. I will stand by to the end of days the massive improvement Warframe would get from having an in-game auction house would be phenomenal. But I do not see them doing that in the near future. Not while the rest of like the other external systems exist. The problem is, right, is like for the game I'm doing, what would go into the auction house? There's only collectibles that are pretty much obtainable via achievements, and meta upgrades which are for you only. I doubt I would add a auction house because it also would mean that there would have to be some form of server hosting, right? So you post a card of a pack or a coin or whatever, and post it as looking for this thing. I'm selling Krinko Mob Boss for 3 Bloomburrow packs. People would look at that and either accept it or make a counteroffer. That's cool. I like that idea. Could keep counteroffering until you're both happy with it. I mean, I know, like, under most situations, I see that being successful. There's obviously, again, the 1% of people that would ruin that experience, where they're like, no, I'm not going to take that. And it's like, well, I'm trying to work an offer with you. It's like, no, you do this offer. And it's like, no, I don't find that worth my time. No, how dare you? So, there is 1 or 2 people that would ruin that thing. But the vast majority, I feel like, would have a lot of fun with that, and that would be good. I mean, that's one thing, ironically enough, with Warframe Trade that I feel like I did something, and something I cannot understand is why, like, people don't do this. So I was doing some Warframe trading the other day, and people... So I had an order up, I sold the order, and the order didn't get removed automatically, like it normally was, so I had to remove it manually, and as I was removing it manually, I got 2 more people message me. And my response simply was, sorry, I've already sold this to another person, I was just taking down the thing. And one of them's like, yeah, no, all good, sweet as. The other one is, hey, at least you responded. And that pisses me off because I know exactly what they're talking about. When I used to do trade, the amount of times I would message someone that's doing a want to sell, and I would just never get a response. And like, this is people that from in the chat, the trade chat, not like the market and doing the DM thing. It's people directly in the trade chat that's actively selling the thing. I would message them and go, hey, I'd like to buy this, and I would never get a response. I'm now in the situation of I can't really go into a mission because I'm in a limbo state not knowing what the fuck you want. Let's see. There is the other thing which I liked, but I understand how it was a page/guy called like the market online outside the game, not supported by the game makers. It was basically solely this trade thing was made the best. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that there's room for external trade systems. There is, again, like, this comes to that thing, there is definitely some questionable room, and the moment stuff goes third party, so actually, I do want to talk about this, because this is a topic that I feel like a lot of people don't know about. So let me just reset this. So, third party in games. This is actually a really, really interesting topic because the misunderstanding that will occur is that a casual player might look at, say, let's again use we could use a lot of examples. I'm going to use Warframe because that's the one that's fresh in my mind right now. So, like, they'll look at the Warframe marketplace. They will say buy something and maybe get scammed. Right? I realize that that's technically like a little behind the chat there. But yeah, so like a casual player will go to the Warframe market, buy something and get scammed. Do you know what now gets dealt with? Most of the time, the failure is actually the issue of the situation is on the player. Right? The fault lies on the player for this one. However, the blame goes to the developers. Also, I just realized the chat's doing the weird duplication thing. Give me a second to reset it. No, that's not what I need to do. It's server clients. Stop server, start server. Alright, let's see. You had to trust the page, right? Because the trade itself did happen in game, but the negotiation happened outside. The worst that could happen was that some random saw your trade before the page and accepted it, and in which case you still get what you wanted, and never have a problem though. Yeah, again, like that's kind of that thing with that, and I mean, yeah, worst comes to worst, oh no, right? Does kind of suck, but so this is an issue that occurs with third partying. With these sorts of things, is just the moment this kind of comes in. Now, being scammed, there is multiple things that we could argue is what it condones as being scammed. Be it a player's feeling. Like, a player feels scammed. They did take it out though. Yeah, most of the time you'll see that the reason they did that is just it may be part of this, or just it became too, because it becomes a legal problem. Because if the developers get blamed, the player might actually take legal action, and the problem is, in a sense, while the fault lies with the player and with the alternate player, the issues become for the developer and they have to kind of deal with the situation. Even though, at what point in time in this chain of events are the developers involved? It's not here, and it's not here. The developers are not involved in any of this outside of being blameable and making the game. That's it. And then they just remade the game as Pokemon TCG Live, which in my opinion is straight worse than the old one. That's... I can't speak to that, right? But it is sad to hear if that is the case. It's always sucky when like they kind of remake a game and it's just actively worse. I've definitely dealt with that. But yeah, so this is the issue with third-party market systems, and it always will be. In a sense, like there's just no way around this. And it sucks. It really does suck. Because the other issue is, and this is something that Magic actually had to deal with recently, which is the idea of third party, I guess kind of counts in this, but it's expected prices. So what I mean by this is they, I think it was last year, have now started going back to releasing the cost, like, in expectation of things, of sealed products that they release. So what this means is that now a shop can't overcharge it, because you have a place where you can go and see that. I'm scared of it. I'm sure it would be managed like making the outside market be managed by the same company too, or something like. But the problem is, right, is so Warframe Market is not affiliated with the devs. Right? Warframe Market is a community-driven thing. You want to know how much of a community-driven thing it is? To sign up to Warframe Market, you need to DM a bot on the Warframe forums to get your account verified. A random bot. You just need to send them a code, and they will authenticate your account and tie it in with and link it to that account. That's it. And it just means that it can pull the name data. That's all. It doesn't pull anything greater than that. Just to verify that you are a real player and stuff like that, which makes sense. I don't think you need do that, but I think it actually keeps you thing. I feel not having a not affiliated market with the devs, a trustable one, gives power to the players, and that's nice. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it means that if things go wrong, they don't have someone to fall back on. And while I'm making this argument here of the blame goes to the developers, sometimes the blame will also go to the Warframe market. And they just facilitated the situation. They did not do anything more than that. There's, again, the problem with trading like this, when it's not, like an auction house or just a straight up like stall system, where it's like, I put item up, value here, right? There is so many things that could potentially go wrong. Hello, can you say my name? Or Anglo Elves? I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. But, yeah, so this is the problem with these situations. is that, like, the blame goes so many other ways. Now, realistically, do you know what you actually should be doing? What the correct thing is in the situation? If you're scammed, is report. Player. The correct thing to do is to report the player in those situations. Because if you report the player, then the developers can look into the situation instead. And they can potentially resolve an issue. That is actually the correct thing to do. Can you say, my name? I don't know what that is. The correct option is lame, because you have no idea if anything actually happens. For all you know, they get away scot-free and the devs don't care. So this is why I say, like, Warframe's pretty good about this. You normally actually say, see something about that. And they'll, like, actually take action. You might just get your item back, get refunded, whatever. But yeah, no, I do kind of agree that, like, the correct answer means that, like, if you report a player, unless they have a system to kind of tell you, like, say League does, it's, hey, you recently reported someone for toxicity, and now they have been chat restricted. There is a satisfaction with that, because you are justified in your thought then. Right? Like Thor says Blizz having constant battle against bots and all that, and they need to know who the bots are to understand how it works. Yeah. At the end of the day, the systems in place for figuring out if a bot is the case or anything like that, you need to, like... There is automated systems you can have for figuring that sort of stuff out somewhat, but at the end of the day, like, you kind of also need to actually have, like, a human eye on the situation. There's a reason why I still stand by I dislike kernel level philosophy. I do not think games should be taking a kernel level anti-cheat approach. I think there are better answers and better systems to be implemented at a much higher level on the computer, and it means that at the end of the day, it doesn't create as much, like, negative atmosphere, because I stand by, I'm not a huge fan of having Vanguard on my computer. I play TFT, so I have it on my computer, but I'm not a huge fan of it, because I think Thor made an analogy that's probably the best example of what it is like. It's like a cop coming up to your door, knocking on your door and going, hey, I'm gonna sit in your lounge, or, like, sit behind you while you're doing your stuff. It's like, why? It's like, just cause. It's like, okay. And you're not doing anything illegal, but is it really that nice to have something breathing down your neck? There's one thing they did make better from the old version to the new one. The old one was really hard to go back to after you stopped playing, unless you put money into it some way. Ah, so it's got a bit better of a, like, catch-up system, or just consistent, like, it doesn't smack you too hard for not playing regularly. I like that. I appreciate when developers reward you for playing regularly, but not detriment you for not playing regularly. I think Marvel Snap kind of misses the ball on that a little bit. The problem being that, like, I'm gonna be honest, in Marvel Snap, the acquisition of cards is really, really shitty. Like, let's be honest, we all want to fucking be able to play with, like, Thanos or whatever, but Thanos has looked so far behind walls, and the cards to actually make him feel good to play, that it's just not worth it. Right? That's the problem. Whereas, like, Hearthstone, horrendous for that, because you have to open packs. If you haven't been playing for a while, and unless you're going into Wild, you're kind of fucked over, and even if you're going into Wild, unless you have a lot of the core cards from the newer sets, you're probably fucked over as well. Because a good Wild deck from a year ago needs changes to make it reasonable again as well. Like, that's just how that is. They're constantly, the meta is getting more and more potent. And Standard is worse, because Standard is the only last 2 years of rotations. Arena is pretty good. Arena, for the most part, all of, like, the consistent rewards you get. Like, to give an idea, if you start Arena today, for the first time, you get, like, hundreds of packs. Immediately. And, like, yeah, making a new Standard deck or whatever deck isn't obscenely hard. It's relatively easy. Which, can I just mention, you want to hear some beautiful irony to me? Just really quickly. So, on the weekend, we're going to be playing some Magic. I've convinced at least one person to join up. Another person might, but it's also their birthday, so they're potentially going to get dragged away. But the person that I will be playing with is like, they basically said, oh, well, what format would we be playing? It's like, I do not know at this stage. It's like, oh, well, I've stopped playing Standard because there are too many bullshit combos in it that I lose to. And you know what makes that so funny to me? Is that, to my understanding, Magic actually takes 2 forms of detection. The Magic Arena takes 2 forms of detection into your queuing. The power level of the cards in your deck and your rank. Until I added a really OP deck, I never went versus good decks. Maybe once or twice, and they were still very low power level. But the moment I made a really good deck, I went constantly versus other good decks. I went back to the other ones, everything went back to normal. And that's so funny, because they also play bullshit combos themselves in Commander, which means all I'm thinking is, no, you know what the issue is? It's not that you're dying to bullshit combos, it's that you yourself are trying to play bullshit and suck at the game. I think that's the case, but that doesn't mean that you can't get screwed with certain scenarios. So, yeah. Yeah, like, I do think Arena's, like, card acquisition architecture is pretty good, overall. But yeah, no, so I stand by that with Arena, is that I think that's how a lot of its queuing works. And that's why I say it's really funny to me hearing his complaints, because all I can think is, wow, you suck at this so much because you are complaining about people playing at the same power level as you and just them beating your ass, which just says so much. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I stand by, he needs to figure out how to make fun decks, not good decks. It's a painful thing. Like, if you homebrew some kind of bad stuff that happens to contain some really degenerate, powerful cards, but you don't have, say, the full combo that makes it so powerful, you might get a bit screwed by the algorithm. Yes. No, 100%. Again, this is what I'm saying, is like, that is probably the case with him. Is he put together a deck with a bunch of really good cards, not per se a good, proper deck, and he's getting destroyed by decks that are actually made better. But it's just really funny because that means that still he's got cards in there that are of a high enough power level to push him to that stage. So I just build a simpler deck. I've built multiple decks that are on a very low power level. And because I play, was it Alchemy? Alchemy is the mode that I play the most, like. Like I play a lot of that, and I never have issues. Another nice thing about the old one was that you could get tournament tickets for free, Battle Pass. But that you could enter tournaments that would, moment. Oh, okay. This is the higher you win. That's kind of cool. Time I just farm wins with mono white. I mean, I have, my main one that I play is a black white. Usually 8 people. Sometimes standard, sometimes modern, extended. It's kind of cool though. I like hearing that there's like those sorts of tournaments. I think Arena kind of does that as well. Definitely isn't named white or black. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. But no, like, because the main deck that I end up playing is just like, it's one of those ones that's just like Ajani Protector, and the fucking other one that can double strike when you're over 25 health. Like that's my probably main deck that I play, because it's just a tempo deck. It's about getting like one of the heal on play cards going, and just kind of keeping my health bar high enough to get to a point where I can just kind of push through and deal damage. Or generating enough of a board state that I can just kind of like utilize, is it Vengeful Blood Witch? I think is the name of it. It's the one where it's like, when one of your things die, ping. Like, I don't have any of the deal damage, heal, deal damage, bullshit. Or health loss bullshit, right? Like, it is pure and simply the top end of the deck is Ajani Protector, Alanda, the one that, like, gets hexproof and shit, and, like, when you're above a certain amount of health, you get bonuses. And, like, I enjoy playing that deck a lot. It is a nice, simple deck to just kind of play through. But the problem is it's extremely linear, and means that, like, your mulligan basically determines how the game plays. And it just goes very simple with that. You can go back to talk about Mitch now, I think. Oh, God. No, we need to do something today. We need to do some stuff. This is a game development stream. We literally have a Magic the Gathering stream, not tomorrow, but day after. We should remember that. I think it's that far away, right? Because it's Saturday. Final Fantasy tomorrow, Magic the Gathering, yeah. Game dev Magic the Gathering stream. See, this is the thing. This is why I want to work on the card game. Because I feel like it would be really funny. Because it just leads on to talking about more card game stuff, right? Which reminds me, I have some notes that I need to write out for that game, actually. It is game dev, so I'm going to do that. Give me a second. I need to pull up the document and then see if there's anything I need to hide before I start writing things. We'll do some art in a bit, though. We'll do some art in a bit. This one. Okay, I might have to hide comments, I believe, because I believe there's some comments that have... Do they have names on them? View. Hide comments. There we go. Being serious, you should focus on finishing one game. Oh yes, no, 100%. I should focus on one game and not multiple. That is the correct thing to do. But doesn't stop the fact that I do want to still keep plucking away at the design space on this one. I'm gonna be just lurking for a while and have you on the side. No, it's all good. I mean, like, I'm gonna basically write this up very quickly and then we're gonna be doing some, art. It's either gonna... What do we want to do first? Do we want to do the Doki splash art or do we want to do a boss? Because if I do a boss, then arguably we have to finish implementing said boss today. And I'm gonna do that anyway, but we could do the Doki one first and get that art done. The second splash art for it. Gambatte. Catch you later, muffin. Then pick a path for the character. There we go. Okay. So, something I was thinking about more is, like, I talked before how one of the big inspirations for the card game was, Hearthstone Battlegrounds. not Battlegrounds, Hearthstone Duels. And I kind of was looking at some old videos on it recently, and I thought about this, because, like, we've already got, with these characters, we've got the sub-choice system where it's going to basically be, like, a class, like, here is the class, here is the sub-classing, kind of, like, refining down what they do. And then I thought about how, like, I should probably add kind of, like, the treasure system that it had, because those treasures were kind of cool. Because each class had, I think it was at 6 treasures that you could pick from, and they could, and, like, don't get me wrong, there was objectively the correct one on a lot of them. But at the same time, some of them were just straight up, like, quite interesting what they could do and add. And I was thinking something along those sorts of lines might be interesting to kind of nudge into this idea philosophy as well, because it means that I could expand on the characters that I have, but I could also, and it means that I could make a larger list eventually and not have the focus be on the characters per se, but more on the cards, which sounds more interesting to me. But each of the characters would be good, right? But yeah, so this is something that I thought I'd kind of toss together in there as well as an idea. I do need to really sit down and come back with a lot of this. It's cursed again. Dealing any damage with something with curse to a creature kills it. So I think it's one attack a curse. So there is poison. Yeah. Cards that didn't start in your deck have Echo. That's always a fun one. Hey, you devil, how's it going? Blessed Gift, when you heal, deal 1 damage to your opponent. Bloodshot, when you take damage from your cards, rewind it and deal it to a random enemy. I remember that being a cool idea. I still like that. Because the idea is that you typically are going to probably get it via blood, right? Yeah, which is the quest. Which, if I recall correctly, the idea with the rights were that they maintain their progress. The stage is complete with rewards on each stage. They retain their progress through the run, and once the final stage is completed, they are removed from your deck permanently. Yeah. I love the idea of the rights, I'm gonna be honest, because I think they're just a cool idea. Giving you something that, like, arguably gives you kind of a good thing. I think is an interesting idea. Because it's like, there's an argument to be made that stage 1 of this one, draw 2 cards and gain 2 health. Because your health is probably going to maintain throughout the entire thing. And all that, but the draw 2 cards, that's only going to be for that one that one time you do it. So you might hit the stage 1 reward, and you're like, cool, I actually just basically end the run, end this combat. So I just wasted that reward. So that might feel shitty, but also what happens if that's not the case? I think it becomes quite an interesting situation, because there's just like a lot of cool things you can do with it. What's the Rite of Blessing? What was Rite of Blessing? So it was Holy, cost 1, stage 1, restore or gain 10 health with your cards. Reward 1, draw 1 card. Restore or gain 20 health with your cards. Reward, add Archangel's Blessing to your permanent deck, which that was a cool idea to me. And 3, reward, get a blessed gift, which is the artifact, which is when you heal, deal 1 damage to the opponent. Which is really, really good, because the idea of that then is like you get lots of instances of healing and not go for big heals. Whereas like Blood Shard is when you would take damage from your cards, rewind it and deal it to a random enemy. You want big damage from those. Like, you want either lots and lots of instances of damage you're taking from your cards, like super insane amount of instances, or you want big, like, take 10 damage and deal 10 damage. So that means you deal, like, 10 damage to a target and 10 damage to a random target. So it's amazing. Return all enemy creatures to the hand. They're... Your darkness creatures cost 2 less and gain Russia, but their health is set to 1. Oh yeah, because that's the idea of like the hyper aggro death deck. Yeah. I like it. I still think this game has a lot of really cool, interesting design things I can do with it. I just need to start making it. I really do. I need to set aside like a day at some point to just learn the foundations of Godot and stop fucking around with it. Because at the moment, like, the progress for this game for Unite, sorry, is just kind of like, it's pretty linear, honestly. I just need to keep making assets, so I need to stop like fucking around with this project and just start working on it. Because I feel like this would be really fun. Because it's a lot of my learnings from all other card games I've ever played. And trying to figure out why these games are fun, what makes them interesting to me, and trying to find ways to, like, go cast my net wide with it. Because I feel like the best part of this game, and I stand by that, is as I've been developing it and working on the ideas of it, I do want to make this multiplayer eventually. I want to have a multiplayer element of this to do at some point. As much as it is single player focused, I do think that there could be a multiplayer element that would be funny. But the problem is that then I would have to create a situation where how do I balance that? How do you handle the 1v1 situation with the player where, like, with the relics, with all of that sort of stuff, it's like, do they, I don't know, pick their relics before they go into a fight, or the artifacts, I should say, pick their artifacts before they go queue up? Do you get like 3 artifacts you can pick from a list? Like, what do I do for that situation? So, I stand by, while I'd like to do it, I do think it would probably actually worsen the experience of the game. Especially knowing that I've said this before, I intend to have the game fully moddable. So if the community figures out a way to make multiplayer happen, then I'm all for that. But I feel like I shouldn't be the one doing that. Because in that point in time, it's on them, and I don't have to concern myself with balancing the game around multiplayer. Which sounds awful to say, but is genuinely a very serious consideration when it comes to these sorts of things. You have it, like, with that. Dude's not Thor. Game alert. Game dev alert end. Fair. I don't stink. I had a shower yesterday. I feel like it. Actually, wait. Yeah, I don't stink. I ain't stinky. You stinky. At this point in time, next Wednesday, I'm probably not going anywhere. And Sunday, I'm probably not doing much. I could feasibly start doing the development of this next week. Especially knowing that the development of Unite is probably going to slow down drastically. Anyway, because it's just more asset behavior. Yeah. Bro needed to check. Well, I mean, like, I gotta double check, right? Well, I was confident in my assertion. You never know. Maybe, like, the stink monster came and saw me during the night and fucking rubbed me something silly. That sounded a little bit more disgusting than I thought it would. Never mind. Bow girls? I mean, they're still in the fucking progress, right? It's still got idle animations in the game. Or not in the game, but their assets are done. Those are still sitting there. I do want to do the splash art for them before I actually start doing much more. Because I don't know, I feel like doing splash arts at the moment. Where are they? Player characters... Fuamoko... Launch that... There they are. It's always work in progress for you, but never. I did some programming off stream. That is bullshit. You know it, devil. I have done so much of this programming off stream. In fact, how many assets have been just like, hey, so I did this off screen? Like, fuck, do you wanna... I don't even... What was the Doki art at? What was the Doki, the splash at? Because I don't think it was that far along. But, like, this is where it's at the moment. Which, there is a couple of things. I don't remember anything like that happening. Sure. I mean, the fucking, Boyd's shit that I'm doing is all off stream at the moment. Getting that shit progress. What was some of these effects? Mana growth, gain 1 empty mana crystal. I'll probably do something more with that, but... 2 votes already? I don't have much to do this evening, so I'm probably gonna get a chunk of the boys stuff done. Cause what was the list again? It's Doki Bird Splash, Boss. I'm writing that way too big. Doki Bird Splash, one more Boss and Boys. There's stuff to do. It's all good, Devil, I understand. So those are the 3 things I need to sort out this week. And we're gonna probably do both of these today on stream. And I think the boss was gonna be Magic Girl. You can always spit straight facts about Magic the Gathering for 2 hours. One of us won't mind for sure. I mean, I totally haven't spent like a good chunk of the day already talking about card games and Magic the Gathering. I felt like most of the stuff we talked about was design space as well, so I feel a little justified in my bullshit. Alright, let's close this then and just do work. Since y'all are complaining that I'm not being productive. It's my fucking stream. My fucking stream. I get to do what I want. Enemy characters, bosses, Magic Girl Ace Bride. We make the card game in Godot or Game Maker. At this point in time, it's probably Godot, just because of the features that it offers is probably more what I need. Well, I can get like, again, I stand by. The problem is, I can make the base version of the game relatively easy in Game Maker, just whip that up in a week, and I could probably have the foundation of the game going. Godot will take me longer, but Godot offers me a couple of other features that I would kind of like. Chad choice. I mean, this is what I say, is that it doesn't actually really fucking matter, as long as you have the features that you... Every engine is a tool. Do not treat it as anything but that. This is why I hate, like, this engine over that engine. It's like, okay, what context? Because it's contextual. Shut the fuck up, Windows. The vast majority of the games I design, I can make in Game Maker easier. In fact, I stand by. The card game, if I wasn't aiming for modability, it would be easier to make in Game Maker. But I want modability and a couple of other little tiny functions that Godot will offer me to speed up the process. Nothing else. let's see. By the way, there are extensions for modding functions in Godot on the assets library. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said, was it not? That's why I'm using Godot for it and not Game Maker, because the stuff for modability in terms of like making the game moddable when released is more readily available on Godot. That's genuinely the biggest selling point to me. Otherwise, I would make it in Game Maker, because the functionality for that in Game Maker is a little bit more temperamental. She could, but if she's a magical girl from Mango Animu, why no boobas? Eh. You didn't say go to plugins? Yeah, I said Godot has it as an option. I don't need to say plugin because plugin is an optional feature. That's like saying I'm going to use the computer to write up a document. I'm not having to say I'm going to go onto my computer and use Word to write up the document. Don't need to say every detail every time. Computer. No, that's actually something I've learned in my years now. Is like how often people will over-explain a factor when it just wasn't necessary to ever go into that detail. So just use them bare minimum in certain contexts and leave it necessary for questions later. Because if someone asked me, how do you do that? And it's like, okay, well, there is inherent systems I can utilize, and there are plugins that I can utilize. And we could go through the further details there, but that's not really necessary given the context. And I know I say that even though, like, I'm horrendously bad for over-explaining things, typically, and that's because I am I'm a studied teacher. Right? My friends hate it as well, is that I have an inherent need to make anything I can an educative experience. Okay, so that can do that. Then I need to probably drag this. Do that. There we go. Called YouTube. This is data. I think that looks a little bit better. And that will be used for that, so we need to do this. We'll do the excess details later. Alright, okay, so the changes that need to be made are this needs to be like that. So we need a shaded version. That bit there. And use Godot as my main ID, yeah. Nah, it's just, I see that discourse all the time about like, oh, I use this thing, so therefore I'm superior. And it's just like, so fucking stupid every time I see it. Just confuses me why people think there's a prestige or some shit to using a goddamn tool over another tool. It's like, I use this brand of hammer, so therefore I'm better. It's like, it's a fucking hammer. At the end of the day, does it fucking do the job? Then sure, it doesn't matter. Look, I stand by. Could I make Game Maker do the things that I want it to, that are missing that I would do via Godot, right? Sure, I fucking could, and it would just be a pain in the ass. But it's arguably the IDE that I'm more comfortable with. So therefore, by the generic expectation, I should just use that anyway and suck it up. And suffer. I play on PC, so if you play on console, you're a lower class human than me and I spit on your face. Exactly, it's that kind of energy. It's like, dude, it's a fucking video game. Ay, ay, ay. It's just always so fucking sad to see that sort of shit online, I feel. Because it's just like, why? What do you gain out of trying to put someone else down like that? other than just you looking like an ass. Go be creative with your time. Again, rid of karma, yeah. People, do if I told them I have both. Yeah, and I use both. Yeah, exactly. Like, I fucking. That's how I do it. Just play on both. Have all options available to you. Surprisingly enough, really fun. Who would have known? You can have fun. Imagine that. The magic of the world we live in. You can have fun multiple ways. Collapse. Yeah. Become a black hole. Bad gateway error just pops up in their fucking brain. The magical girl is a cross-dresser. Why are you making such a big deal about her chest size? It's a fucking magical girl. Most of them are fucking children. Actually, one of the fucking fun parts of it is that it's such a childish concept most of the time. You get to see kids have to deal with the fucking pain and experiences of being an adult, but not at the same time. It's very, very therapeutic. And you get to see simpler fucking issues. It's nice. Power of friendship solving problems. I wish. People being there for you. VTubers competing for the biggest hunk about true. They're As someone that stands firmly in the, like, it's not even like the itty bitty titty brigade. I don't mind any breast size, but like, I definitely am more impartial to more petite. Not flat as justice, but like, yeah. I know what I enjoy. My kitchen still smells like burnt. Hayden, I kinda love it. I mean, I made some pancakes 2 days ago now? Because I ran out of everything else in the house. Speaking of money and bad decisions, what if I told you I bought like 5 packs yesterday? Of cards, and I opened them, and you know what's even funnier? I opened them, and on the site is already the cards that I sold back from them. Actually, like, you know, the best part is I know they're mine because of the order that it's all in. Let's go to Calico Keep and see it, shall we? Y'all want to see the 2 cards I traded in? Because I was like, fuck these cards, I don't need these. One of them, I already have the same version of it, but foil. So I didn't give a shit about having it as well. I probably should have, because I could make another deck with it. But I would prefer the, like, $4 that I got out of it. Is this gonna load? So this is the fresh singles that they've added in the last, like, while. I know this is getting updated a lot at the moment. There's a lot of cards in here that, by the way, I do love the idea of, like... Dude, the Doctor Who showcase ones look kind of cool to me, I'll be honest. But I think it's, like... I also love the look of this one, this Evelyn. At the top of page 9 still? Yep, there they are. These 2 cards here. Heir Apparent and Elenda, Saint of Dusk Borderless. These were my 2 that I opened up yesterday. And yes, those are 100% mine because you can tell because I opened them up and I think like around here was all that was on the page. I gave them over to them, he plugged them in, he gave me the money on my account, and then these came up. Yeah, those 2 are mine. I'm pretty sure there's more than just the one that I sold though, right? Oh no, there's only the one. Yeah. But yeah, so this is the one. I have this same Borderless, but in foil. Already. But this is one of my favorite cards, I'm gonna be honest. She's very, very good in my eyes. Lifelink, hexproof from instants. As long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, gets 1/1 and menace. And then has an additional +5/+5 as long as your life total is greater than 50. Greater than 10 of your starting total. So she is a 10/10. by default. If you have like some healing. Very good card. But yeah, then Heir Apparent, which is like the card to hit and sell. As you can see, they're starting to get a lot of them. She's a 10. She's a 10 out of 10. But yeah, Heir Apparent is the famous card of Foundations. That's like the common that if you hit it, because it's really easy to hit, you sell that shit, because unless you're planning to build a deck with it. Because the thing with cards like Heir Apparent is that you don't want just one card of it. You want as many of them as you can. I think I've sold like 3 now. Off the top of my head. What am I seeing? Show me your game dev plans, but not the Magic the Gathering. Well, I mean, Magic the Gathering is going to constantly keep coming up. Because I like Magic the Gathering. It's fun. I enjoy Magic the Gathering. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, yeah? It's going alright. My end. I am slightly tired a little bit, but hey. What's fun and literally gambling with booster packs? It's nice to open a pack from time to time. I opened 5, like I said, I only opened 5 yesterday because I just had the spare money sitting there. I don't... For the foreseeable future, I've already set my plans out. This was probably the last time I'm spending money on pack or like pretty much Magic the Gathering directly until, outside of maybe one thing, until precons turn up, and then aside from that, I'm not touching it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna get packs because I get packs for playing at the Friday nights when those happen. But aside from that, I ain't gonna touch packs. Okay, let me correct that. There is one situation, drop my fucking pen, where I will open a bunch of packs and I'll open a shitload of them on stream. And that's if someone pays for like half of a collector's box for Instant Remastered, and then I'll do that. Because I wouldn't be against doing that, but someone would have to pay me like 250 New Zealand dollars for me to justify that. Because then that way it's a little bit more possible for me to consider actually doing it. But I don't really like opening packs that much. I like from time to time, but I mean, the reason I'm opening, why I opened those ones yesterday is, like I said, I had the spare cash, and they were Foundations boosters, which pretty much are guaranteed to give me decent cards at the moment. And I did get some decent cards out of it. I got like a couple of cards that were like $3 each. Like I said, I sold multiple and got like $6 of ones that I didn't need. And I got like Banner of Kinship, which is going to be quite nice. I got the full art version of Banner of Kinship from that. Which is kind of cool. Because that's a card that, like, is always just too expensive and not findable for me to justify. First day at my apprenticeship job went well. That's good to hear, yeah? Gamblers quit before they hit big. Sun Tzu, apparently. I know one of my mates has that as their fucking, thing. I just... Look, you can call me on the gambling if you want, sure. I'm not gonna get too thing on it, but you have to understand that, like, I am in control of that. There's a reason why I'm aiming for precons and not packs. Precons aren't gambling. Precons are exactly prescribed what they are. And non-jokingly, let's see, don't save. My plan at the moment is, how do I do it best? Is, finish upgrade of the Stellar Lee, one that I got. Finish the build of the Rooms Enchant deck. And... Bloomburrow precons. Those are pretty much it for my list of immediate things that I'm looking at. I would kinda like to get the Aether Drift precons as well, but that's a very low priority. Then after that, to show thing is probably gonna take some time off at this stage, and then go for finally go after the Doctor Who precons like I keep talking I want to go after. Because again, there is a $300 all 4 of them option available to me that I want, and it's free shipping, so it's just that $300 or just under $300. I want those Doctor Who precons because I want to play them. I want to make 1 or 2 decks that are really good, and then 1 or 2 decks that are really stupid and fun, and just build around Doctor Who decks because that sounds super funny. And then outside of that, I've said this before, but I'm gonna just start buying precons every, like, expansion, if I can. And go from there. And then buy singles in between. And by the way, this is, like... To finish upgrading, all the cards that are available in New Zealand are like maybe $20 to finish this. To finish this one, sadly, is sitting at the like 150-ish range. And then this is going to cost... How much is this going to cost? I'm trying to remember. Do we remember how much 4 precons cost as a bundle? Because it's like... Probably... less than 300. And then this is less than 300. Like, this is all of my plans for up until, like, probably Final Fantasy comes out. In Magic the Gathering. There is an argument that, like, after the Bloomberg precons come out, I might try and go for the Yagra deck, finally, but that's about it. And yes, by the way, this has genuinely been my plans for, like, that I've been working through for a good little while now. I'm just more committed to the Stellar Lee deck now because I'm so close to actually having it really good. The problem is there is a couple of cards. I'm actually gonna grab this quickly so I have its memory game. PC first, you foolish creature. I would love to do the PC first, but the problem is, even if I do the money for the PC first, you have to understand that these I can slow pay easily. Like, most of these, there are easier ways for me to, like, slow burn out the money for them and make them slow passive pays. The computer, it cannot be done that way. And the computer is so much money, even if I'm using my disposable income only on that, it's not happening in, like, a year. That's why I've been talking about it as I need external payment for it. And I had one person helping me out with it from time to time. It's so fucking expensive to do a PC. Because you have to understand, like, every week I arguably have about, at this stage, $70 that I could probably justifiably put aside. $70 out of an entire year, that's not that much money. Like, that's very much not a lot of money. So while I will happily put money aside to try and get to the PC as fast as I can, kind of limits. But thinking €300 for cards isn't that bad. Yeah, no, like that though is the problem. Is like, I know cards at that point aren't horrendously bad, but I just don't have the money to do it, right? And that's just how that is. Not the MG talk, please. I'm gonna be honest, Milo, you saying stop with the talk makes me want to do it more. That's always the thing. You try and do that shit with me, I'm gonna fucking do it then. This stream will turn into a Magic the Gathering stream right now if I wanted it to. You do not have control in this. I do. Do more talk? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, most of the people that turn up to these like the fact that I talk more than I work. Is bad, but we're degenerate enough to think it's fine. I mean, yeah, it's kind of the thing, right? It's like I say, oh, it's 4 precons for like just under $300. That's great. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But yeah, like, when Final Fantasy precons come, I'm gonna definitely grab those. The Spider-Man precons I want to get, because... a variety of reasons, but I want to get them. And then, have y'all heard that it's been teased what the final one's gonna be? It's supposedly, by all of the evidence that's put forward, it's going to be the Legend of Aang, the last Airbender. It's going to be the last expansion for the Year of Magic. So, I'm getting those precons, and you cannot fucking stop me. But yeah, it's mainly the Universes Beyond expansions that I'm going to grab, because, yeah, I'm super excited for the idea of that. It's still not officially announced, mind you, but by the sake of all of the evidence, it should be the case. Got income now? Save up, boy. Why is everything doing Last Airbender collabs? So at the beginning of next year, is going to be a movie for Legend of Aang. So that is where a lot of that is. But in general, it's because it's just an awesome series and a lot of people like it, and they're able to do a little bit more with the IP at the moment because of certain legal things changing. The no-income humans. Well, I mean, I am a no-income human, so, you know. Say Fortnite would it be linked to Magic Gathering through Avatar, but they've got their own collab. Yeah. God, don't remind me of fucking Fortnite. I don't need more reminders that I'm gonna have to play that soon. Has there been an official date for that yet, by the way? The Hatsune Miku skin coming out? Got the script for the first episode. Done. 15 minutes of talk and visuals about the basics of game dev. But I started getting to making a voiceover. Oh, that's cool. Got no clue. Only played Fortnite a little bit with my friends, but uninstalled it ages ago. I mean, I've never installed it. I'm literally only doing it because Hatsune Miku's coming in it. And I'm a huge Hatsune Miku fan. She, yeah. But yeah, no, I genuinely, like, it's one of those things of I've realized, especially after the Music festival how much of a fucking fan I am for Hatsune Miku and the fucking fandom that she has. All the people are awesome. So, I will support my favorite virtual idol. Maybe that's what I should say when someone asks me who my fucking Oshi is. I'll just tell them fucking Hatsune Miku. Piss them off with that.
Who's your favorite Oshi?
Hatsune Miku.
That's not a VTuber.
Doesn't matter. I mean, we're gonna have a Hatsune Miku expansion in this game at some point. Stand by that. I desire the fucking carnage that will come from that.
I disagree.
Well, fuck your opinion then. Oh, you're not in for the Iron Mouse? I mean, I stand by, like, the only reason I answer Iron Mouse typically with the Oshi shit is because it's just, like, the easiest answer for me to accomplish. Because of all of the VTubers that have had the most influence over my life, it would be Iron Mouse. But I don't think that's kind of the point of what the Oshi is. Like, she's been a huge inspiration for me, and someone that basically is the reason why I'm able to keep going as strong as I am, I feel. But I wouldn't say, like, I dedicate all my time and love to just that, or I heavily want to support them. It's like, no, I think they're an awesome fucking person, and they've done a lot for me like that. If that's what Oshi is, then I guess yeah, but that's why I say, like, I don't understand the concept of it well enough, I feel, to accurately say whether or not someone is an Oshi for me or not. Malith my Oshi, gosh. Imagine. Play Necro the Crypt Dancer Miku DLC. That is a DLC, isn't it? I feel like that is actually a DLC, if I recall correctly. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's doing the duplicate thing again. Lag that a little bit. Okay. Alright, I spend most of my time at your streams compared to others I watch. I love my Oshi, hee hee. Goddamn. I mean... Okay, my question is, because I kind of remember the base game of Necrodancer. What does this add other, like, for her character? Because I feel like, if I recall correctly, each of the characters had, like, a power or something. Or a unique thing. What is hers? Miku Miku. Yeah, Miku Miku. Attack by dancing through enemies, including monsters while wielding a leek. Okay, well, I mean... Special weapon is leak, lose HP when missing beats, dashes through enemies and deal more damage. The more as you repeat, his complicated lifesteal and also his Miku music. Alright, well... You've convinced me that we need to do this at some point. At the very minimum. I can't afford it right now. I don't know when I'll afford it. But... What the fuck is this? Exploration, CRPG, 3D platformer runner. Grand Blue Fantasy. I always liked the style this game had. Very pretty. Path of Exile 2. God, I wish I could play this. But yeah, I'll play that at some point then. I am becoming the Miku fanboy. I don't have anywhere near enough Miku merch, I feel, to be truly a fanboy. I need to get, like, some of the dolls and shit. For it on Switch. Do I still have any credits on my Switch? Back to update, son of a bitch. Because I feel like I had some credits on my Switch account at one point. I don't know if I still do. For the multiplayer DLC and it's a ton of fun? Oh, okay. Alright. Start, press the buttons, go to the shop, go in as Isa. Yeah, there's no other accounts on here anymore because I have to fucking delete my exes because she fucking left hers on him. Not talking about magic. I mean, Milo, at this point, as much as you might be doing it for a bit, it is being an ass. Just saying. Okay, keyword. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Search. that the base game? Switch edition. $6. Fucking hell. It's 80% off at the moment. Dude, I could get the game and the DLC for like under $10 if I bought it right now. But I don't have $10. God damn it. Why didn't you tell me this like 2 days ago? Pain. Oh well. Bought the base game for 50 cents, the DLC for €6. I mean, I could probably look at a key site and see what it's there, but I'm not too happy about that if I can avoid it. What is it at the key site? $3 US. For the Steam version? Yeah, about $3. And DLC. See if I can find specifically that DLC. Where is it? That's an Amiku, where are you? Oh, I can't see it there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's on the key sites. Oh well. Alright. Feel sleepy today. Must be sleeper build. Gotta wake up tomorrow earlier. I mean, sleep is important. Yeah, I've been dealing with a lot of my issues recently with sleep as well, because this medication has still got me really fucked up and drowsier than I'd like. Is what it is, though. Is what it is. But yeah, if you're feeling sleepy, you should try and sleep. If you don't sleep after a while, then gotta take a thing. Today I got so absorbed with doing so much in the afternoon past, and I started seeing fuzzy. Oh god, I know that feeling. I mean, it's kind of been me as well at the moment. I like going to sleep at like 2 in the morning because I'm streaming to that hour usually. You know what's worse, Devil, is I'm going to be streaming probably progressively later as we go on. Because like, I said this before, but like normally my kind of time frame I look at the moment is like 8 till 1. I'm going to be looking at 8 till 4 moving forward a bit more. So we have more time. It's always fun. Today, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to that point because I do need to go grab my meds. I need to go grab my meds from the little store, the pharmacy, and then I need to also make some rice. I can actually stream. You need to sleep when you can make coffee. I'm gonna be honest, I still have my fucking gamer subs. I need to... That's the other thing as well. So I'm not gonna be getting, outside of Bloomburrow stuff, I'm not going to be getting any Magic the Gathering things outside of like the Stellar Leap Recon until I get my Gamer Subs next thing. Because I'm starting to run lowish on it, and I don't know if I'll be very happy if I don't have it. I know I regret it very much when that happens. I've ordered it yesterday, so I will go pick it up today. And I need to do it because I have 2 days worth of meds left. Today and tomorrow. That's not a good idea because it's gonna... The problem is, coming off of them, the night's sleep, if I don't have them, is fine. For the most part. For the first night. Any other than that, it starts getting not great. But the problem is going back on, I get super worse than my normal sluggish that I have in the mornings. And it fucks me up for like a week or two. I genuinely, a couple of... Not that... Fairly recently, I forgot to have it one night, I believe. And then... like, I'm still kind of on the recovery. That's kind of why I've been so fucked up recently with it. You don't take your meds, that Hatsune Miku, she isn't real. She's in your bed, but you only... Dude. Of all of the body pillows I would probably get, Hatsune Miku's a hide one. I'd love to cuddle up with Hatsune Miku. She's a lovely person. I know what I'm saying at this point. I'm too loopy. Big 16 hours after I skip taking this, starts becoming bad. To be fair, the meds that I have are specifically for sleep-related things around my PTSD. So that's kind of the benefit I have with that, is it just makes my days worse overall eventually. And it just means that my sleep's awful. When I go back onto them, right? Because surprisingly enough, PTSD is just something you deal with eventually. Who knew? You'd never get truly away from it. That shit just fucks you up for the rest of your life. It's fun. It's all about figuring out management strategies, not actually resolving things, because you just kind of can't. I had some trauma after a dog tag, but I think I'm over it now, honestly. I mean, it's the thing of, like, you can get over that stuff. You can learn to manage it. But in a sense, it also still kind of sticks with you. It does permeate your decision-making. And in my case, there's a lot of negative things that have come from my PTSD, and some of them I never realized were really that bad, and some of them I realized were bad, but I didn't really think it was PTSD related, yada yada yada. It's just nice to finally have official things for that sometimes. Mental health be like, deal with it, 'cause society won't care. It sadly is like that far more than it should be. And yeah, I have nothing else to say other than I wish mental health, especially being a male, I've felt in my experience for male mental health, not saying it's not the case for female, just speaking from my experience, it's just not great treatment you get a lot of the time. There's so many expectations, and it's not like in the professional sphere per se. There are issues in the professional spheres a little bit. But for the most part, it's the treatment you get, just generally. right? Like, I can't understand how certain decisions are made by certain individuals in relation to men without, like, taking into consideration that could actually negatively affect them. No, they'll just tough up or deal with it. It's like, alright, well, it's not actually acceptable. Just saying. And yes, I speak on that heavily from the last year that happened, where I basically got treated subhuman by everyone that knew me, and almost all of them were women. Not saying all women are like that, just that was definitely a very consistent factor. The short answer is you should just treat everyone with as much respect and niceties as you can, because you don't know what they're going through. Did you know that in France we don't say bitches be bitches, we actually say all bitches except for That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny, I gotta say. I'm thinking that's looking a lot better. There we go. For generic anime Magi Girl, I feel like this isn't a bad shout at all, right? I was wondering when you were doing sprites, do you crop the transparent pixel slash image size before exporting to use in the game? I typically don't. However, that isn't a bad thing to do. It depends on the case scenario. Normally, I try and build to the sprite range, but what thing I do know you can do is, I think is it here, is trim. So now this is trimmed to use no more than what's necessary, which is a really good method to do with a lot of things like that. Let's see. Could use one more idle frame at least, I guess. I mean, yeah. Technically, it should use about 3 to 4 in total to probably give it a good feel. I'm just trying to like think that through at the moment, what I want to do for it all. Like, arguably I could just leave it at this. Right. Just keep in mind, it is just a floating figure. And it's always just gonna be idle. No, it's just P that I need. Could use a little bit of differentiation. David, good enough, you'd agree? Yeah. Exactly. You know what I just got reminded of? I'm gonna look this up because I know, like, if Milo turns back up while I'm looking this up, he's gonna get pissed off. It's gonna always look like that. It should be your thing. So, I think it's this dude. Is it this dude? I'm trying to think, because there's a couple of like artists out in the community that do custom cards, custom proxies for Magic the Gathering, and I would like to look into that for one deck that I want to make. Because I want to have the commander and the partner be custom art. Like, commissioned. I'm quite happy to spend the money for it at some point. For one deck that I have as an idea. Also, my computer is dying trying to load this site, holy shit. But yeah, no, I do agree with that, and yeah, like, if it's always going to be in one form, then it should probably be, like, a high quality as much as I can. The other aspect is that the thing is going to move around so often, it's going to probably be hard to actually lock down and distinguish all of the animations, so I can get away with more subtle stuff, because it's going to, still be thrown around a lot. Because you have to understand that the boss that we're talking about, its movement pattern... ooh. So, that's not working, so I'll just use the mouse. The movement pattern is basically, here's a circle around the player, find a point on these, the circle, and then fly to that point. And then fly to the next one, fly to the next one, fly to the next one, randomly. Right. I see menu turn up, but I'm not how? What the fuck is going on with your website? I get that I'm loading it poorly, but like... my god. It's your call to judge how much time you're willing to spend on it. Exactly, right? Like, at the end of the day, that does impact the decision. But also... oh, wait, this is the other side. Load. Also, I do agree with the point, is that I should make this a decentish quality. I'm probably going to do more frames. I'm just like trying to figure out what I want to do for the frame language. Like, it's difficult because what do you do for like the floating effect to really accentuate it? Like, I'd probably do something with the leg as well, maybe. So what I'd probably do is I would do this, and then I'd edit this frame. Needs a bit more work. I'm just gonna cancel the load on there because that doesn't seem to be working very well. Alright. Maybe I'll look that up. Have to look that up later because it's just not going to probably happen on stream easily. But yeah, I do want to. I think I've talked about it before, but I do want to get like one commander deck, a couple of proxies specifically made. To just do a very like close to my heart kind of deck. We were talking about the cats earlier, but like there's a deck that I want to make that's a memory for my cats. So I want the commander and the partner to be art that's based off of those two. The 5 minutes it still wouldn't load. I mean, you have to understand, yeah, that like a YouTube video takes fucking ages to load on this, because of how like rough streaming is on my PC. Gonna work on something and sleep. Fair enough, devil. Catch you later. Have a good time resting. think that this needs more. Oh, dang. Yeah, no, I mean, I thought it was the right call, because it'd be nice to make a deck that I think's just like a decent deck and be able to have it as a memory. Right? Have it as a nice memory. I think I've shown the deck before as well on stream. I don't know, have you? I guess you might not have seen it then. Give me a second. This one. Custom card effect too? No. Oh, I'm gonna just get these cards done, and it's just these cards done up for it. So this card and this sideboard here, which is a companion. So it's real. It's just getting those cards, but with a specialized art. I don't think this deck's incredibly good, but it is playable. And I can do some tweaks and changes to it as we go. It's an expensive deck though, but it's just a thing that I kind of want to do off the side, slowly in the background. So, this one would be one based on Doctor, my boy that passed away while I was at the Miku concert, and this one would be Tori, which is my old show cat, because I feel it's just this beautiful kind of style of being big and above all was just very much her style, and then Roar of the World just seems so accurate to being Doctor. He loved to just get involved with anything he could. He was a rugby player at heart, and definitely was the reason why he probably had a couple of brain cells missing. So this is a deck that I would like to do one day, but it's obviously, like, especially with the price of it, not happening. For a very long time. I mean, Three Tree City is an example of, like, this deck is me trying to be a little serious with making it. Now is the time I regret not using Twitch so I can use wholesome emotes. It is annoying, the limits on emotes in on YouTube, I gotta say. To be fair though, I think... When can I add emotes? It's because I know I can add emotes that that can be used for the channel. And I know that there's like the membership that I can offer that will give emotes, which... By the way, if anyone's gonna ask me, like, if I add membership to YouTube, I'm putting it at the minimum price, and I'm gonna put in the effort for the art. Right? Like, I'll do the emotes myself, or I'll commission them. Or something along those lines. What's the minimum price? It's like, I think it's like less than $1 per month. I think off the top of my head it's something like that. Twitch is like Twitch is like $5 for a subscription. Without any specials on or anything like that, I believe it's about $5 US. On average, and then prices around that. What a difference. Well, the difference is, YouTube you can set them, Twitch you can't. If I recall correctly. Twitch is a set subscription price on the platform. YouTube allows channel by channel decisions to be made. I could charge $20 for it, or I could charge nothing, basically. Should do like Twitch Prime for those who have YouTube Premium. I mean, you get a lot of bonuses on YouTube Premium from memory. I mean, you get ad-free immediately, but you do not get like the you can use one subscription thing and get emotes per month. I will say it does kind of suck having missing out on that. Use your fucking Prime subscription today. I can see why they wouldn't, though. I mean, realistically, I think Twitch are a bit assholey with that system. Because the way they handle it is very clearly designed in a way that it's like, they want to keep it there because it means it looks really nice. But they never tell you when it cancels out, or can't let you refresh easily, or all these other issues around it, to just make it so it's an awful experience. I mean, fuck, you can't even use it on phone. I believe you have to be on PC to use your Prime subscription. Or at least that's what it used to be like. Which was absolutely awful. And it sucked because a lot of the time if I watched Twitch, at the time, I watched it on my phone. Because I was like watching it when I was going places or at work. I mean, I wasn't watching YouTube, fucking Twitch streams at work. Why would I do that? No. I didn't go to the break room and fuck around for an hour because then Amazon, what'd you expect? Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I think that looks weird. But yeah. Yeah, no, let's have a look-see, shall we? No, not fucking that. Channel pricing for channel memberships on YouTube, North America. Okay, so it's set prices, but it's in categories. There you go. So you can offer up to 500 US dollar subscriptions or memberships. You pay me $500 a month. That is an interesting price. So yeah, it's basically $1 across the board is what I'd be setting. Because it means that you're not like locked out of anything. And don't get me wrong, I know for an objective fact that that is not the price that you should be doing it at to do it effectively. See if this works now. Because there is like optimal pricings, right, that like people would be willing to pay. Probably $2 would probably be a solid bet. Because you don't get the full, like, 99 cents or whatever, the full dollar. You get given a portion of that. YouTube takes part of it. So you have to keep that in mind when you're looking at those sorts of prices. Oh yeah, it's just still not loading. Okay. That site's dying something miserably. I'm fine with that. I think that's good. That's not what I wanted. It's spreadsheet. So I should mention, the reason why trimming is good, and I know I don't do it, but I should, is because if I wasn't scaling the way I was, it would just make better outputs. And it means that, like, there are so many sprites I do that would come out better if I trimmed them. But because I have like very generic code in a lot of places, it's just easier to be super generic with this as well. Just means there's a little bit of extra effort I need to put in somewhere. Kept up to date with the fact that the American government wanted to make Google sell Chrome. I've not kept up with it, but I heard about it. Which is, interesting. Interesting, to say the least. To be fair, I don't like the government getting involved with some of the stuff, like, on a universal level that we've been seeing in a few places. And that's not me being like, government tyrant, all that shit. No, it's far from that. It's just more like, the involvement that I'm seeing in certain situations is just objectively wrong. And it's because we don't have good infrastructure around such situations. which leads to case-by-case interpretations of things that potentially shouldn't be as case-by-case and look as bad as they do. You try to have monopoly. Yeah, like Chromium's... So, yeah, there's so many issues with a lot of things. And it is, yeah, it's the monopoly argument. I still struggle with some things that have been treated as monopolies when I don't genuinely think that that should be the case. One of the best examples of this is stuff like, I don't know if anyone remembers this, and I don't know if this is still ongoing or how this resolved off the top of my head. I feel like I should, because I feel like I was researching it, but the App Store on Apple was getting treated as a monopoly. And you might go, what? And it's like, well, it's because it's the only place you can purchase apps on an Apple device. They have a hard lockdown on everything else. That is they were trying to make that argued as a monopoly. Now, I can kind of see the point of that argument, but also the problem I have with that idea, and this is where like it gets kind of a bit personal opinion and very technical, is that you have opted in to the purchase of a device that is not a monopoly. And inside of that, you have to use its infrastructure and its resources. This is not something I would consider a monopoly itself. It was banned, at least in Europe, showing maps and search results. What? No, that's... I don't understand that kind of rationale. That's not the case here. Yeah, that's a you guys thing. That's very, very strange. I do not agree with that idea at all. I get some rationale behind it. That's weird. Why was that a decision made? What was the reasoning that they gave for that? I'm curious. It's all good if you don't know, but like I'm just curious as to like why would one decide to implement such a thing? Like push forward such a request. Because I'm just trying to figure out what is it a security decision? Is it like who benefits from this? think it's because of Google promoting the use of their own products. Hey, the wolf I know, it's from Pokemon Sword. It's not from Pokemon. It's yes, it's using that as a baseline, but it's also Sif from fucking Dark Souls. Or whatever it is. Because it's Knife Doggo. It's Knife Doggo. It gets slower as you deal damage to it. But deals more damage. To make you feel slightly bad. I need to add new sellotape to this thing. My headphones have got like a little bit of sellotape on them to hold something in place. And where's Knife Crabbo? Knife Crabbo is not on the list, but it should be, honestly. I can come in with a stab. Where is... It's a controller enemy code. Now this can be moved up to random. 2. So now the Magigo can spawn. We are now like... outside of cleanup, we are now 1 boss away from meeting my fucking 5 bosses minimum requirement, which is kind of fucking cool, I'm gonna be honest. We'll test it out properly at a later stage. There's not really much of a benefit of testing out the sprites sitting in game, because there's not... We've done all of the tweaks that would even change the boss, so... Let's pull up the other splash art that we were working on. Player characters, Dicky Bird, splash art, fans bond. I need a Dicky Bird art reference. The VTubers. There we go. Kinda catching up. So, we're now in a very interesting situation. So the request that I got from the person that I'm doing this for. Let's get the exact thing that they wrote. Looks good so far. Could you see how an empty holster on her side? So, see about adding an empty holster for the gun idea is probably what is kind of intended with that statement. What is this? Yeah, it's me drawing the bones. People are confused. So whereabouts are we gonna do this? So if I'm gonna do this, let's do some planning. So belt has to pretty much be here. So if I was to do the belt on the person, that would be the space for it. But then the problem becomes the holster still sits over here. If I'm to follow the rules of what she has for her design. Because the holster is on her right hip. We have to understand that. So I don't see this working like that. So what I was considering is that we all add the holster here. And I don't know, have the belt flapping about here. Because it feels a bit more like sporadic grab the gun out and flicking it away. Is that better? She's got no left elbow. Because it's rigid. It's in motion. Like, elbow is here. So if anything, it's covered in this spot here. Have you ever tried grabbing something and flicking it to the side? Your arm extends. well as actually, no, it wouldn't be there. It would be on the underneath here. So inside of this, underneath the arm, because this here is the exact top end of the arm. Even if the arm is straight, you can see the shape of the elbow. If I'm flicking and go rigid straight, the amount I can see is there, sure, but then drag your sleeve onto your elbow and tell me where you can see the arm. So I'm gonna just alright. So, kind of as an example point, roll this down to exact on elbow. The line is straight. If I turn it a lot, you can start seeing something, but you don't see it when it's straight. Because, okay, then my question is now, what do you want to see to change that argument? And how would you go about it? There's always something bothering with the proportions. Well, I mean, we are zooming in excessively constantly, so you're going to see very minor things. Like, my genuine opinion, these thighs are too wide here in general. The length is just a little too variable. Because technically this is actually where the knee comes to here. The knee's not defined enough. It should probably have something here to carve off. Change like that. Make it a little bit more pointed. Would redraw the hand to imply a better angle of the arm, I guess. Okay. So I go from this is the hand, and this is the palm here. And that means that this edge here is that, so that means the undering part here is where the elbow is. How would you change it? Would you completely swap this around so the gun is now, say, here? Let's use a different color. The gun is here, and then it comes down like this. Is this what you're suggesting? Because I can tell you... Do you want to know why I do this? So this is potentially going to say a little bit about me, I don't know. If I was to whip out a gun from here, okay, it's kind of hard to show a little bit, but I'll move back enough to, like, so say we've got it, it's coming from hip side, so, let's lift up the camera just, okay, hip side, at this point here, it locks up. So, depending on what you're dealing with, it will be at whatever angle. The point is that you're bringing it to draw to fire where you're aiming, where your body is aiming. That's the important thing to acknowledge with this. If you're actually flicking out, you often will flick from under and then try and get up, aligned as soon as you can. In this case, it's almost indicating she's actually grabbing it from here. That's why I like the idea of it being in her hand. So she's now immediately going to flip that way. That's the idea. Also, the size of the hand should be in front, so bigger than the one on the backside. So that I kind of agree with. That's why I'm saying, like, this is basically kind of designed to be right next to this. So I'll put the fucking camera back on again. You have to kind of understand that at the moment, like, the hands are almost like this, distance apart. Every time I see your elbow. Yeah, because I'm not rolled up. I've rolled my sleeves up further again. These are. Okay, now roll your sleeve to just covering your elbow, and keep flicking it around at a straight angle. Do you see your elbow when it's straight? Because that's the thing, I don't see that. Because what would be the change? Genuinely, what would be the change then? Do you want arm to be that way, so hand is here, and then more of a bend like this? Thing is that the sleeves looks like a t-shirt. Huh? Maybe extend the sleeve then? Okay, so let's look at the reference art for a moment here then. This is where I'm just getting confused at what you're seeing and what I'm not seeing. Because, like, think of it like this. This is a dress shirt, in a sense. You can see it that way is probably an accurate way. If you've got a collaring, it's a collar of a thing. We've got that in there. So it's accurate to assume that by that point, that's the arm there. Because it's been held out in front of you, so this has to be bigger. Like, if I was to... How do I draw this? If this is the character from the side, and this is their back. Right? This is currently, like, this distance here. This distance here. I'm doing my best. No, I understand that, and I do apologize if I'm sounding frustrated. I'm just like, I'm more frustrated at myself failing to understand where you're going with this. Because, like, this is the back, so this is kind of like, actually, arguably, it's probably this. And then the other hand is here. Like that. Right, so this is the back, this is the arms that we're looking at. So hold out your arm where it's basically, hold it out directly in front of you, bring it down by, like, I would say 20 degrees, maybe. And then bring it out so the hand is slightly on past your shoulder. Then rotate that slightly to have the palm facing about like a 45-degree angle up. And that's where we're at. That's where the hand is. If it becomes longer due to the perspective, it maybe should become wider instead of thinner. Okay, so where does it become thinner? I guess there it technically becomes a little thinner. Yeah, I could give you that. It probably needs to have more up here. So if I go into here, I wouldn't say wider, just more consistent. But that looks actually wrong if I do it that way. Because let me try and find the pose that I used for this as a reference. There was a sketch of Weiss that I used as a reference for this. I don't think I've got it on my computer anymore. Actually, it might be. Give me a second. I don't know where the reference is anymore. There was a small piece of fan art of Weiss jumping through one of her things that I use as a foundation idea for this, because I liked the body language that it was conveying. There's an argument to be made I maybe missed on some of the proportionates and stuff like that. I won't disagree with that. But like, I agree this hand looks too big. I will always agree with that. I just don't, like, that's the thing, I just don't see the issue with this arm. That's why I'm confused. Because, like, again, the problem is, what would I change to make this more prevalent? Do you need, like, a little thing here to indicate that there's an elbow there? Do you need the entire arm? Let's see. Just do this. Rotate it a bit more like that. Do you need it from the shoulder rotated? Is that what you want? It's the front one being too small. Well, it's also holding a gun, so you're not going to see much of the bloody hand. Right? Is the other issue? Like, the hand could probably be realistically the right size, you just can't tell. Because, like, I'll say now, this doesn't actually make sense anatomically. Is what I like the thing. Because now you're asking me to, like, hand is, like, I can pull the camera out again quickly. The hand is bent, like, I'm gonna have to go move back again. The hand is bent like this now, if I'm using that as the pose. And no one would ever have their hand like this. Like, look at it, that's what it is. I'm having to strain quite a bit to just maintain this. Even if I'm flicking out like that, it's, if anything, the hand should now go, like, way significantly thick. So what I probably should then do at this point to adequately do this is take this, post it in, and just pull the entire thing. Alright. This. That hand's way too long. That's fine. Alright, let's see. I'm surprised we had the camera and there aren't many things on the disc. Yeah, that's fair. I'm sorry to have confused you so much and now leaving. But it's almost about midnight. Be on my way. Hope at least fiddling with the ideas will get you somewhere. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this is gonna piss me off. Like, I'm gonna not be happy this entire time because I'm gonna have to, like, redo so much of this design at this stage. Because, like, this is completely wrong, and now I need to figure out how to make this work. This is, like, a very, very awkward angle that this is leaving me at. And there's just no right answer to this. Ugh! Alright. This is gonna be a fucking awful time. Make a little commander dig to bring up the mood and come back to this, just a small one. Honestly, I'm tempted. But I'll work on this for a little bit, see what I can do. There's just no right answer to this. Where is her fucking gun image again? Let's see if I can find an interesting card to talk about and not waste all the time making a full deck. Maybe. That might be the idea. Because, like, if I'm doing this angle, I have to... This has to be a curve that way. So, this needs to actually be, like, super curved. This. Is the problem. Which is why this is looking horrendous, because this needs to curve around like that. This goes here. It's kind of silly one and simple too. I'll have a look at a quick second to just get this a little bit finished Okay, we'll play around with this one in a second more. Where's my fucking... Come on, computer. Don't be a piece of shit. Is that it? That's it's that? Or it's coming up with this one, so Philophobia? Yeah, that's why I'm confused. What the fuck is that card, though? Alright, here we go. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of your upkeep, you have exactly 13 cards. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Yeah. I have seen this one. Yes, this one is very funny. Because the thing is, right, there's so many ways to make this work, and 100% the fact that you can see two of the top commanders are exactly what I was going to recommend. This is a group hug card. Like, this is 100% a group hug deck, because you're just gonna, like... What would be funny? Because this is a wizard as well, so you could do this. You could flash this out on the end step of the person before you. And just, like, have that ready for that next turn. And you just have so you have 14 cards in hand, including it. So you're gonna have to have max hand size stuff already, which is not hard, especially when you're already gonna be playing to blue. How would you play this out? I mean, again, it's definitely group hard. At the beginning of your upkeep, you gain X the number of permanents you own that your opponents control. So. If 15 cards and that monster and not even use any mana and just pass, it would be such a mind game. Well, I mean, like, that's the idea, right? Is that, like, sitting at anywhere between, like, 11 and 15 cards is danger zone for anyone if you have untapped mana. Especially on blue. Because there are so many ways you can get cards into hand, get cards out of hand, and just rock the world with that. That's why I say, like, it is actually a really funny card for a group hug, because I see, like, Bumbleflower being a great one, and Kawaii being also really good. I mean, Kawaii's like... Okay, here's a question for you. What do you think's better, Bumbleflower or Kawaii for being a group hug commander? Because I think both are phenomenal. I think those are two of the best group hug commanders off the top of my head. Oh, I mean, there's also, yeah, there is also, they were roommates down here. Because that one is, they either draw or they play a land, right? EP? Why are you EP there, Shadow? I kind of like cards that have to turn. That's fair. I mean, like, that's why Kaiwin's... The point of playing a Kaiwin deck is you are the person they want to keep alive for as long as possible. Because you benefit everyone. Gotta do homework? Yeah, do be like that. I mean, just get it done. I mean, it's not too bad, but I mean, if you ever want a little fun fact, and this is not something I should be telling to someone that should be doing homework, but did you know homework was originally constructed as a punishment architecture, and it actually has proven on multiple occasions that it is actually detrimental, almost, to learning experience, like the learning exercise. It's not actually that great. You can do it at any time, and you can untap and do it more than once. Yeah, it's great. Okay, math. Nothing wrong with math. To be fair, I'm also a math nerd. I never really had any issues with math at all, so. Was actually working on things and not looking at magic. I mean, we were doing art, and then Yard suggested changes, and then I started doing those changes, and I got frustrated, so we're taking a break. I also think that's the lawns guy, so I apologize if you hear the mower in the background. I love, by the way, that, like, I say this is really good in group hug decks, and I immediately see shit like these cards here that are like, hey, you want to have the enemy drawing cards? We'll tell them to go fuck themselves. Because this is, at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. Whenever an opponent draws a card, this deals 1 damage to that player. Play that with the fucking, the scrolling crawler, which I do own a copy of this. And it's like, go fuck yourself. You draw cards, I'm gonna draw you through your deck, and you're gonna die for it. Commander decks, I play Captain Negaroth? Negaroth? Or Negathroth. Negathroth, there we go. Negathroth. But yeah, then you've also got this one here that's a Drain Ping. And good old Niv Mizzet being a fucking twat. Yeah. Locust Gold. What the fuck's Locust Gold? When you draw a card, create a 1/1 for the thing, flying haste, draw a card, then discard a card. When it dies, return it to the owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. Oh boy, you telling me it's a 6-mana recursion sort of bullshittery? That sounds fun. That doesn't sound fun. Oh yeah, there's also 20-toed Toad. Have you seen that one? When this attacks, you win the game if there are 20 or more counters on it, and you have 20 or more cards in hand. Ha 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 ha. Or good old Approach of the Second Sun. Tempted to do a frog deck. I mean, isn't that one of the cards that was added to the 20 Ways to Win? Secretly, which was kind of funny. But yeah, I genuinely, I would love to do a group hug deck where it's using stuff like Kyoan, or Miss Bumbleflower. Because one of the people at the local store, that I have, that I go to, has a Bumbleflower deck that's pretty much just the Precon, and it's so fun to play against. When you cast a spell, target opponent draws a card, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, it gains fly until end of turn. If this is the second time this ability resolves this turn, you draw 2 cards. Play 2 cards per turn, you get refilled, and opponents get cards, and they don't really feel that shitty about it. And Bumbleflower gets a good bunch of things you probably put in the counters there, and she has got a thick dumpy with a 1/5 stat line. It's a great commander. So again, it's one of those things of, do you want the resources coming out of it, or do you leave the fucking thing to grow to the point where it's just gonna hit you in the face and you die because commander damage? But yeah, I do kind of, I'm not gonna lie, while I say I want to make a group hug deck, I wouldn't be against making one of these kind of like shitty decks where it's when they draw cards they take damage. And using my fucking scrolling crawler and putting in like fucking, what's her name? Sheoldred the Apocalypse, if I ever get a copy of her. And just being that asshole at the table that's like, no, you're getting cards, why are you complaining? Meanwhile, they're all at like half health and it's just high acceleration game. What's that? Oh, there's, what's that one treasure one? There's a card that it's like at the everyone draws or no, everyone makes treasure. It's like delve deeper or something like that. Does anyone know what I'm referring to with that one? Wonder if it's in this deck. Because, like, that one is another one that I'd love to play. I'm trying to remember what color it is. That's the problem. Is it red or is it white? I feel like it's red. I feel like I kind of know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the name. Yeah, like, that's the problem I'm trying to think of. The Attempted Discovery is insanely good for this. Where is it? Let's see if it's in here. Yeah, Second Doctor would be amazing in this kind of style of playing. Oh yeah, and Socrates, another group hug character. It's an enchantment, if I recall correctly. Right? See if it's in this list. Trying to remember. No, it's not that. I swear it would probably come under group hug, right? I'm sure it's an enchantment. Is it an enchantment or is it an artifact, maybe? Descent into Avernus. That is it. Descent into Avernus. This is the card. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 descent counters on Descent into Avernus. Then each player creates X treasure tokens, and Descent into Avernus deals X damage to each player, where X is the number of descent counters on Descent into Avernus. That is the card that I was thinking of. This card is amazing, because it is a 3 mana card that accelerates the game at an insane pace, and everyone benefits from it. So it is, again, a group hug deck, but it's also let's play fast. Let's play fast, let's play silly. Share the Spoils is cool. Share the Spoils. Was that one of the ones up here? Or am I gonna have to look for it further? Ah, there it is. Enters the battlefield or an opponent loses the game, exile the top card of each player's library. During each player's turn, that player may play a land or cast a spell from amongst the cards exiled with Share the Spoils, and they may spend mana as though it was mana of any color to cast that spell. When they do, exile the top card of their library. Yes. So what I'm hearing is we should make a really stupid group hug deck. Where it's like the game is just on steroids. So we need red as a color in our commander. So that needs to be considered. So that leaves us with, let's go back here and then open up top commanders. A group hug. So we do have, they were roommates as a, probably one of the correct options. Probably, if not the most correct option. Of those really annoying ones, at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. The problem is he's 5 mana, and I don't know if that's the correct thing to do for, like, this one, because while it's, again, a ping, to accelerate the game, some more 5 mana outside of some circumstances are probably not getting that dude down. Advance on what you're doing. I mean, I'm not gonna do it right now, I'm just, like, thinking about how I would do it. Oh, mana burn. We could do mana burn as a funny. But yeah, I do think the Mind Razor wouldn't be a bad option as well. Each player may put a land from their hand onto the battlefield, and then each opponent who didn't draws a card. Is that the correct thing to do? I draw a card, and then each player can draw a card or play a land. Yeah, maybe. Objectively, I do think that is probably the correct one. Okay, let's work more on this then. Hate myself. The hippo calls. The hippo is really good as well, but it doesn't have red, so we can't do the, as much of the silliness. Let's see. Have any time to listen to that Lovecraftian podcast you told me about? No, I have not. I've got it listed still somewhere around here. In my notes to have a check on it. But I genuinely, admittedly, yeah. I have, I'm trying to remember. What have I, like, watched and listened to? I've just been watching... I did set aside some time to fucking watch through the new What If series. But that's about it. I've been really staying with my time recently. I should, though. I might make the time for it today. Because what was the name of it again? I can't... Where is it? Oh god, my notes. Necro King. No, I think that was a game that was suggested. Is it that one? Lovecraft Investigations. There it is. Yeah. Underneath. What is that one? Oh, it's April Fool's thing. Okay, yeah. That's probably why I didn't see it, because I saw the April Fool's and thought the same thing was underneath. Yeah. It's on Spotify and some other places. I mean, I'm sure I'll find a thing for it. Make sure I remember. To look into it though, I will screenshot this and set this aside so I can have a proper look at it later. There we go. Okay, so if that is there, then I probably need to have... that looks awful like that. If you listen to it and know of anything remotely similar, tell me about it, because I like it way too much. I also haven't gotten to Lovecraftian things that much yet over the tablet thing. Maybe a movie or two. Dude, I love Lovecraftian so much. It is one of my more favorite off-genre things that just doesn't get done very often, so you feel kinda hipstery with that aspect of it as well. I'm liking it more and more. Yeah. I remember as a kid loving it. So, if we ignore the gun here, does that look better? I can quickly just tab to this and delete it, just to make it look a little bit better. And ignoring the fact that this hand is, like, currently very freakish. Does that look better? I don't know if that looks better. I think her arm looks even more fucked. I'm gonna be honest now. Got myself a model. Indeed I did. I decided to become a VTuber. Yeah, I think the arm looks way more fucked. I think this needs to go... Okay, let's try this out. And then pose IRL? Well, that's what I was doing before, with the other one, and clearly I was getting it wrong, so... Oh, that looks really including the fact that it's just Does that look better? Just, I don't see how the angle works anymore at all. Because it just doesn't feel like it's in motion anymore. Because that's what we have as the baseline. And I do agree that there's some work that could be done to the art. Like, I'm trying to, at the point where, like, I just don't care, really. I'm getting more and more unmotivated for this as it goes on. Because now I'm just seeing more errors with the entire design than what I had before. Alright. What I get for trying to do action poses when it's not my fucking area of expertise, and someone just comes in, points out all my problems, and doesn't give me a constructive enough way to fix them. And I just can't figure out an answer. Let's review. Shoulder to shoulder. Okay, so that's the frame, the wireframe of the character, by default. And if we were to redraw this without actually having our predetermined stuff, how would this come out? Okay. This is without looking at it. How close are we? Still to the design. We're missing that. Okay. So, with that being the case, what alterations should we make in accordance with the kind of thing we've got here? Overall, not really seeing that much. Legs could be thinner, something I already knew. I'll bend a little bit that way. Okay. Right. Let's use this as an alteration point. Do some alterations based on what we kind of see here, and then we will work from there. Leg looks worse. It's not too surprising. I've altered it so many times at this point. Honestly, I'm half a mind to give up on this at this point and just start again from the ground up. Find a different pose. Because I'm just... The solves that I can do for this don't work in my head. And... There is a... So... Why I kind of got the most frustrated with the thing, it's like, okay, well, this perspective, it's like, can you discern what is going on? Can you see what you're looking at? Can you tell it's Doki? If that is the case, I have succeeded to an extent. If you look at this design here, and you can see Doki, that's not an issue. The issue is making it sure that it doesn't have anything that hugely detracts from it, but now all I can see is stuff that just looks wrong. So I'm just gonna scrap it. Yeah, I'm gonna just start from the ground up again. So let's go look for a new pose. I just give up. Only thing that took me a while is the arms blending together, but everything else looks fine. Yeah, the issue, so what was put forward is that this looks too straight and rigid, and you can't kind of tell the elbow. And then this hand just needs to be altered. Like, it's too big. A lot of that sort of stuff, which again, I'm not against a lot of it. It's just getting the perspective in my head. I'm not getting there with it. And that's what happened with the other art for the other splash. Is I load that one up. Also, how you doing? How's it going? This one. This one went through. Let's see. Because that one was the original. That was the next one, and then it ended up as that. Like, I went through so many poses trying to get this right, and then I came up with this, and it works. So it's fine if I reset from the ground up. How big is it going to be? Will you even see the elbow? So these are 256 by 256 in-game. I can't remember. To be fair, it's also kind of a commission piece, because it's like 2 birds, 1 stone. How much can you tell in-game? Won't use Cinder as an example, because Cinder's is fucked. Because I still need to rotate it around. Because at the moment, her face barely comes out of the fucking side of the screen. What's a good example? I mean, fucking Aura. Aura is always a good example. If the game's gonna boot up. This is the problem with doing art so much. Is that eventually I just get frustrated. Not good at it. I hate that I have to keep doing it. It's gotta get done at some point though. If the fucking project would load. Run, you damn piece of shit. There you go. Now you're actually building correctly. Computer, stop dying. Computer, stop dying. Okay, it's most of the way through the textures now. Come on. My poor PC, man. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Okay, there you are. But there is an example of it in game, though it's partly covered by the chat box in this part. I think the alt's the better example. Almost there. Actually, I can probably perhaps speed it up a little bit. Yeah, that should speed it up enough. And boop. There. That's an example of it in game. Or what it would be in game. So it's like, this is a good example of what kind of you can do, get away with. I should just redo the pose. Just need to find a pose. Fish. Oh. No, I've misspelled it. It's that? Yeah, that's it. Maybe that pose? Let's see. Let's go through these layers and see what's necessary. That one's not. That one kinda is. That's not. So we'll clear this layer. And we'll hide this one. We'll try and do a frame. So, roughly speaking, head. right yet, because this needs to be straighter. So I can alpha that correctly. It needs to curve in more. Probably start near there. And then do that. Hey, Marvin, how's it going? It is going painfully. So I'm still not happy with anything I ever produce, as per usual. Who's that? I've given up on this design. I'm going for a slightly different pose. I'm using that as a reference. It's a good old facial, or fefe, or whatever you want to fucking call it. Skin points of blue. What's wrong with the last one? After Nyaso's suggestions, I just kind of couldn't look at it happily anymore, and no matter what alterations I did to the pose, I just could never be happy with it. So there's a point in time where you just kind of have to concede that something's not working, and I'm moving on. So I'm just doing a completely different pose, see how it goes. How is the hand actually positioned on that? Can I zoom in? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't use that hand position at all. That's fine. So, let's get rid of that. All it needs to have is go here. And like, ironically enough, since it is a single pixel, I can use some of that as a reference point. Position. The fuck am I doing with this other hand, though? I mean, I could go back to the original idea and have, this. The original design theorized having this holding the Dragoon. So whatever the fuck. Like that. Gonna have to probably get that arrangement a little bit better. Let's see. This one I'm not confident getting right, to be honest. Like that. The boot. Let's see. Still probably a little off. Gonna have to do a bit of work to get the that. Quite right. But she has very thin legs. That's the big thing that I need to keep remembering. Is Doki has very, very thin legs. Okay, so this one's too long now. So that means, oh god, the legs are going to be a nightmare, aren't they? It's also positioned wrong, so we need to kind of have it positioned a little bit more backward. Is that the angle the body should be? So this needs to come down and like that. This is why I wish I'd kind of practiced this pose beforehand. This is not a pose that I'm used to. It's very... I suck at action poses. I straight up do. I acknowledge this. The reason why it took me 3 attempts on the previous one. Alright, well that's a bit of an interesting bend to the leg. It's got multiple joints now. It's fine. Kind of was. Doesn't help that, like, so the reference image is, like, kind of out of my head at this point. I'm just gonna back to here, because she's got super fucking thin legs. While there's the concept of a creative interpretation, I do kind of want to keep some of that around. Problem is, how do you fucking do that without her looking like a goddamn chicken bone? The eternal suffering, man. The eternal suffering. Is the game too far to pivot into body horror? Hey now. Kind of, actually. To be fair, I am gonna do some horror skins at some point for characters. Still need to work on, like, more skins, because at the moment we've got, what, one in-game model with a skin, but not a splash, and then nothing else other than splash arts. Which I think... Actually, no, I think Doki's the only one that's got, like, a splash art, and she's not even in the game. For God's sakes. What have we got for skins? Have I done any others? No, I don't think so. Yeah. I don't have many skins done. Because the only in-game skin is... this one. Which is Iron Mouse's the sprites for her skin. This one. I think is what her sprite is in game normally. So yeah, I haven't started working on her splash art yet. Other splash arts. Skin. I should. Because like this one's disproportionate, but that's by design. Like, Iron Mouse is a very weirdly proportioned model. Could add more shadow on this bottom leg here. I mean, if you want body horror, there is always Matara. The fucking bug lady. Totally not hot, but hot mom bug lady. It's the kind of art that you can only draw with one hand. I've been done a splash for Nero yet, right? She's just the sprites? Yeah, she's just the sprites. Still very cute. These scaled up ones? I think these ones are scaled up. Yeah, little Nero. Looks very weird when you zoom in that far. To be fair, all of them do. There is a reason why you're not supposed to look at them too closely. She's also fairly flat, so can't really do too much in the chest I gotta get a references piece for the Draco soon, so it stops being this just weird orange circle thing that she's holding on to. Amorphous blob. With this skin, we can probably have the belts back again. I see no reason not to just have them at this stage for this one. And that works. Still need to fix that. Come back to it properly once I get more of this design actually through. A little bit more flat there. That doesn't seem right. And the head positioning's off. Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare to work on. Be a perpetual nightmare that is this shite. What's funnier as well is I promised this by the end of the day. Go me. I'm fucking smart. I love promising things that I shouldn't. Ugh. Well, it's on me. Gotta get it done by the end of the day. I feel like it needs to be flatter on this side. And a little bit more. And move it over a bit, maybe? Oh, I'm gonna have to deep dive this. I'm gonna do something else for a little bit, because I'm just gonna... I know what I kinda need to do, and I'm just really not there anymore. What's something I could do that's fun for programming? I could start doing a bit of work on the ultimates that I'm still missing. Player characters. Love going through that list like that. Shay Lilies has got hers, but Tara, you have nothing. So... become big, scale up the camera, and deal damage with walk. So the damage with walk is probably just going to be a thing for quick pulse weapons. I feel like I do need to do a sprite for this. Yeah. So... What is it again? It's just buff struck something. Yeah, buff struck. Name. Duration is skill dot value 2. Functions. This is the end function. And I think that's basically the only things I need to fill out. Yep. The rest fills out itself. Okay, so that makes the player at least immune for, at the stage 5 seconds, this duration needs to be 15. 15 seconds it's immune for. So that actually gets that going. And then I don't know if I'm gonna actually let it so she gets area, because I don't think that's necessary. When you're becoming big, you're becoming immune to damage, and you deal damage where you walk for 15 seconds. If I give you an area buff, it's just because the size would look weird with certain weapons. And that's all I can think of. What is the size of Juniper's ult? Again, EX abilities, components, Juniper, full moon, SP. It is 128 by 128. So let's quick sketch an idea for that. So that's something different. So I was going to design around it being kind of Tyranid, right? And that's how it's spelled. Tyranids, no, that's not how it's spelled. Yeah, those loads. It's like that. Kinda dude. So that needs to... Oh, they have, double joint. It's like diapers. It's kind of fun. No, that's not what the head would be. The head would be like here, right? And that means shoulder, that. Uh, see? Drawing creatures, much more relaxing. I mean, didn't someone actually draw Matara? With Tyranid style. Should probably use that as a reference point. Yeah, there you go. Matara is a Tyranid. Use that as a bit of a reference point. So instead she's got like... Oh, what the fuck is going on with that? That's a leg. Okay, that's a leg, that's an arm, that's an arm. Cool. Okay, well, scrap that then. It's a way more interesting design than whatever the fuck I was doing. That's kind of best if that's sort of thing. So it'd probably be better to have her like. Hard down a bit. Very long extremities. So it needs to thin down here. And yeah, I'll come back to that eventually. Don't think we can do it right now. I'm really not feeling art. I'm really not feeling art. I thought maybe because it was a creature thing it would be more interesting, but I'm just really... I'm drained on that. No. Because the problem is, so to go back to the topic with this, the problem with the Doki one is that I have such high expectations for myself, as per usual, that like I gotta do really well, especially knowing this is for someone in a sense. It's a representation for them, and it's a representation for the community. So I need it to be one of the best skins in the game. And that's why this is a perpetually impossible task in a sense. Because yeah, like this is... It's one of those things of once you see certain things, even if I don't see them the same way you guys are seeing them, I see other things that are wrong with this design that I'm just not sure I can resolve. Right? And it's just... Because I'm not competent when it comes to action designs. Like, that's my big thing. When I did art, I did mostly graphic orientated stuff or scenery or stuff like that, right? I would do characters. Very rarely would I do them in motion, outside of basic stuff, on purpose. Because I fucking hate it. I can't get it in my head because I can understand everything about how a human body should work, but I wasn't paying too much attention, and even if I don't see things like you say, I feel like you're overcomplicating it in your mind. Yes. I point at the sign that is those 3 shorts about art, and how that hasn't truly changed, and how I have said very clearly for the next game I intend on doing, you can be damn certain I intend to move away from doing the art. As much as I humanly fucking can. You might need to let go of something from the art. What do you mean? Because I'm actually curious to see what you kind of define with that. Like, in an extreme case, leave it as it is. Or find a middle ground between what it is now and what you want it to be. I mean, yeah, that's what all of my art pieces are. In a sense, right? It's like, not a single one of them is truly what I would consider a good quality piece, especially now. It's not like it's bad. So, okay, going back to this one. The issues with it I have are so notably prevalent that regardless of if it's good or not, they will just sour the idea of seeing this for me. And that has been my aim to avoid with all of the art, is I aim not to have a sour experience looking at it. I can have an unpleasant experience, not a sour experience. I know it's very semantic-y sort of bullshit, but it's good to think of it like that, because like if we go through some of the other splash arts, so boobies is probably one of the ones that I want to upgrade and improve the most, right? Because I just think like I missed a little bit with it, but even then, like it's primarily just because the face is just kind of derpy. But I can get over that. The rest of this design is relatively fine. Like, I feel like I got the eminence sort of kind of going. I got his chest as well as understood as I could. Shadow is very, very light, so that's an issue. But I kind of did that with all the male characters for some reason. It's a constant issue I have with all the males. But I got his outfit design correct, which is really hard because it's highly complex in the way it's expecting, and I feel like I got, like, the pants, for example. Those look fine. I think he's a little wide, but again, like, this is the point. This isn't sour of an experience to look at, but it's still, I kind of want to improve it at some point, maybe. Inversely, if we go to probably one of my favorite ones still to this date, which we showed it earlier, but this one, I don't have any issues with this. Like, I could do improvements, but I feel like with this one here, outside of very minor tweaks that require you to look very closely, there is nothing to really improve upon here. It has so much more detail than those other ones, though. Not, well, I mean, like, some, in a sense, yeah. And there is an argument to be made that, like, the complexity of their base design definitely impacts what I can do with it and how interesting it comes. Like, I mean, caissons is not too bad as well. I have some issues with it, but, you know, high definition compared to the other ones. Yeah, like, the shoes on this one, the moment you look at those, you're like, oh, those look horrendous. But the rest of this is fine. The shoes were just impossible to get, like, going nicely, in my opinion, for me. But I feel like I did the rest of it pretty decently. And of course, it had to be the case on Squat, right? The shoes are good enough. Yeah, it's kind of what it came down to. This shoe here, specifically, the left shoe, or her right shoe, whatever, it looks like a child drew that to me. But, like, looks high def. Yeah, wondering if that's maybe part of it. Because, like, you've got Shy Lilies, which is also really good. But that one's basically just, like, I think that's pretty much her main, like, art for something copied over and mimicked. It's like the same pose and everything. And her face does look a little derpy, but I felt like that was on point. mean, Gura's one has been reworked, what, twice now? 3 times now? I think on that as well, because it originally didn't even have shoes, and I just couldn't be asked doing the feet properly, so it looked awful. Now she actually has like a young face instead of what she originally had, which was, I think, this one. Yeah. This was what originally it looked like, and that just looks garishly bad. By comparison to this. Because, like, her hands have shrunk, her face has shrunk, her, like, just in general, her head shrunk. Some of her legs got changed up a little bit to be cleaner, and then I gave her shoes, which just worked out. Show me the blonde one, the one you were looking on. You mean Doki? This one? That was what it was. This is what I'm going for the pose now, because I feel like I can do this pose a little bit better. But yeah, that's... And then that's the other one I did for it, which I just... yeah. Like, parts of it feel like it's less pixels. With the 2 guns looks better. Well, yeah, I mean, like, 100% I agree. That one I think I've more or less nailed. Ironically enough, I actually like the face of the left one more. But I like the rest of the right one more than that. Right? The one on the left seems too little here. Interesting. It's an interesting thought on that. I mean, like, the right one, the reason why the hair's so far forward is because it's obviously a pushback motion. The other one, the one on the left, though, it's more of a swing motion, so therefore the hair's further back. But I do kind of get what you mean with it. The one on the right looks like it has more movement in the clothes. Yes, but that's also because it has the coat. I could argue that there is some stuff I could do with the shirt to compensate. Maybe more movement in the hair too. Yeah, I could do more with the hair potentially. I mean, that's why I say, like, I'm kind of more tempted to just go and transition to using this pose instead. Because I feel like I can do a little bit more with this. Because again, it's a bit more of a stationary one again, so I can focus a little bit more. Whereas this one's just, it's very complex motion as well, because it's a lot of spin. Is I think the other part of it that I keep fucking up with. Because like if I go here, like looking at this part here is very heavily spinning. And this part here is spinning at a different point. So Since the right one has more things going on, it looks more detailed. Has the purpley jacket, the belt, the thing, the gun, and the thing on the boots. Oh, to be fair, some of that is stuff that will get added to the left one, like the stuff on the boots is the main one. But the idea was to go with the outfit, but in more of a casual setting. Right? Like, this is her full outfit. This is her outfit not full. It's her kind of, like, off job, I guess. Was the idea I went with it. That's why, like, it hasn't got the jacket on. I could do the jacket, but at that point in time, what differentiates the skin other than the little dude being in there? Because the idea is it's supposed to be this right one is the base skin. The left one is the special skin. I get the idea of the casual. Yeah, like that's what I was trying to go for with it. Was the idea that it's... Yeah, it's casual mode. It's, uh-oh, you found me when I'm not, like, doing my stuff, and now I'm pulling out my gun. Whereas the other one is like, I'm already in the middle of the fight. I'm fucking picking up guns and shooting people. Like that one scene from What If with the Hawkeye gunslinger, where she gets the guns kicked to her so she can keep firing without reloading. Which I did think that scene was funny. I don't do art though. No, I mean, like, that's the thing. You don't do art, so you see it in a more literal sense. And that's fine. That's what I kinda need. And that's the problem, is like, I'm looking at algorithms a lot of the time, so art's really slowly getting less and less my area of expertise. Even more than it was. And, like, that's gonna just continue being the case. And, again, if I have the choice in it, art is definitely not something I'm gonna continue working on actively if I'm given the opportunity. Like, genuinely. If I'm given the opportunity, I would not touch the art in the game. I might do some dev assets to just get the game moved along, but I would do jack shit else. Yeah, I think this pose fixes a lot of the issues with me not just getting the motion right. And would you like someone else's art, or would you look at it and think the same you're thinking now? So, I am critical with other people's art. I will never not be, like, critical. However, at the end of the day, the short answer is, I'm not doing the art. If the art is adequate, then I have no problem with it. The problem is, I do not consider the stuff I'm producing, under most situations, especially what that's at the moment, to be considered adequate. And you could make an argument very easily that isn't that you just, like, maybe over-projecting onto it and seeing your art worse than it actually is? 100%, that's probably the case. However, at the end of the day, that doesn't stop the fact that I see it this way, so therefore, it has to be changed. It's like art mindset where people that do art never like what they do. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's creative in general. I do not know many creatives that are actually ever truly happy with what they produce. And if they are, then that means that they're content, and that probably means that they're not actually being that creative. Like, being content is okay, but being, like, absolutely content and going like, no, I see no improvements to be made. That's bad, because that means that you've got a content mindset, and that means that you're probably not going to progress and challenge yourself further. right? Like, even with that aura one, which I argue is probably one of the best splash arts I did, I still see issues with it, and I still see improvements that could be made. And I would love to do that. But it is more than adequate enough for now. It is probably still just straight up the best splash that I have. Is that orange Rob the little purple guy? No, I'm probably going to... So originally the idea with the design of this, was if we go to... We use this layer. Was to actually have her standing kind of like this. Looking up at the camera, holding... and like finger gun to this, and then holding the dude here. But I just could not get this body shape to work. Because like this required some hella contortion. So that's why I say like this, ironically enough, is actually closer to the original design. To like doing it. In fact, I might still commit and just do the finger gun instead of having her actually holding the real gun. And it means that I can get rid of the belts again and have her super ultra casual. But so the dude here is supposed to be one of the dragoons, which is the mascots, what you call the community in Doki's thing. That would be funny. I just think it's like really nice to have that kind of like bang sort of feeling, where it's like the person and the right. I think it's that kind of energy that I want to bring to it because it brings a really ultra casual feel. So I genuinely like. That's why I'm like I kind of want to commit more to this pose because of that as well. Yeah, it's the problem is as well as just there's never going to be something happy with it. I'm never going to be truly happy with it. I like the legs on the new pose. I actually, again, the stance is really cool. So it's based off Fei Xiao from, there we go. Honkai Star Rail, that's the pose. I'm not as aggressively forward on her hips though. At this stage, maybe that'll change. We'll see. Because I think if I was to do that, I would have this like bit more like that. We'll see how it progresses. It's a bit of a different camera angle. Yeah, that's the point though. Is like I'm not 100% fucking replicating Fei Xiao with Doki, because I feel like that's just. It's not art at that point, that's copying. I say that, fucking Aura's design is very much based off Silverwolf's pose. So there's an argument there. To be fair, I think there's 4 or 5 of the splash arts that I have so far are actually just straight up Star Rail poses that I thought were really nice and replicated in my own way. But like, completely different. I think one of the best examples is Matara is Ting Yang. I think it was based off Ting Yang's base one. So Ting Yang. Images. This here is the pose. Getting inspired on something, you'd have copied the legs and the torso to do and do the rest yourself. I mean, like that's the thing, right? Is I still obviously take an argument. Well, it's creative inspiration. I should still like try and be as original with this stuff as I can. But if you give me a second, you'll see what I mean with like this and like was the inspiration for Matara Splash. let's see, open image tab. There. You can see the pose structure is basically there. But it's bug. I would literally put the picture of her behind and draw on it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. To each their own, right? I don't do that because, like, I'm trying to make stuff that I'm not gonna get too much in trouble for. That's fine, because you added things to it or changed things. Well, I mean, that's the idea, is it's like, it's not a one-for-one, because the body shapes are very, very, like, substantially changed. The outfit's completely different, so obviously you have to alter according to that. But I use it as like, I had that on the side monitor, like what we see with how I'm doing the facial thing, and just kind of threw things together and replicated out an idea, and then went with the rest of it. I've done that for, like I said, a couple of these, because I'm just, yeah. And it's the same with this. So, like, again, it's, while you can see the inspiration there for the pose, it's not the same thing, exactly. But that doesn't stop the fact that it's heavily inspired. So yeah, if someone asks me where's the inspiration come from, I will say, clearly, oh yeah, if you've ever seen facial, that's where it is. But I do need to fix this leg, because this leg still looks fucked. And I'm just trying to get the rest of the thing, because also if I mean, I could tilt the head slightly, like how she's got it, would be playful, especially knowing that we're going to be having a finger gun. Play around with how I'm gonna do the finger gun. I'm gonna have to look at finger guns. Think about the existence of the Akira slide, for example. It's iconic, everyone uses it, and go, OMG, yeah, I mean, like, that's that thing as well, right? It's, creative inspiration is never a problem. And that's how most of our stuff is made. What the fuck is that finger? That's how a lot of our stuff is made nowadays. Is inspiration from another. I mean, fuck, this game is an inspiration from Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, and Holocure. Right? I'm not the most original fucking idea here. Then you'd go the other way around. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Vampire Survivors is not that original either. When I saw it the first time, I was like, that's a twin stick shooter. I mean, to be fair, yeah. In a sense, Vampire Survivors is a bullet heaven, which was not an original concept, but it is one of the most refined of the time iterations of it. And that's always the point, is like, it's not about making the big new thing, it's about refining the things that you're interested in, and you can do the best. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that one out a fair bit. We'll see what we can do for it. I don't think I'm gonna get that right yet. Because the angle's just very strange. It's like, you need to kind of make the hand bigger, in a sense. I'll figure it out. We're gonna probably finish up here, so I can go have some food, take a bit of a break, refresh my brain, and then I'll get on to working on this again. Like I said, this is gonna be done by the end of the day, so I hate myself. Get no fucking break! Let's go! Well, I get a break for food. So yeah, with that all being the case then, I'm gonna finish up here. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.